All right, it is October 25th, 2022 of our City Council work session calling to order. Just notice to the public that we may vote to go into executive session for legal advice on any of the agendized items. Roll call, please.
Mayor Deasy,
Here.
Vice Mayor Sweet,
Here.
Councilmember Aslan,
Hi.
Councilmember House,
Here.
Councilmember McCarthy,
Here.
Councilmember Salas,
Present.
Councilmember Shimoni.
Present.
Thank you. Before we get fully started, I'd like to call for a moment of silence. We've had some losses in our organization, and if we could all bow our heads for a little bit, I'd appreciate it. Thank you, everyone. With that, tonight I would like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, so please stand if you're able. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And Councilmember Salas, our mission statement, please.
The mission of the City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
Thank you. And Councilmember Shimoni, our land acknowledgement, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The Flagstaff City Council humbly acknowledges the ancestral homelands of this area's indigenous nations and original stewards. These lands, still inhabited by native descendants, border mountains sacred to indigenous peoples. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their continued contributions. We celebrate their past, present, and future generations who will forever know this place as home.
Thank you. And with that, we're down to agenda item number 4, our public participation. And I would like to start with Councilmember McCarthy, please.
I knew the trick. Turn the mic on. Several sound metrics are being discussed for the proposed noise ordinance. MD Acoustics recommends a sound level metric for traffic noise and an average sound metric for stationary noise sources. To have a meaningful discussion, we need to understand the difference. Okay. The sound level is just how loud a sound is at a given instant. Sound level is measured in decibels, dB. The average sound is what it says, the average sound level over a given amount of time. For instance, if someone had on music at a sound level of 70 dB, then turned it down to 60 dB for a while, the average sound level would be somewhere in between, maybe 65 dB. Both sound level and average sound are measured in dB. However, the dB levels of these separate metrics cannot be compared directly. To use an analogy, if the police pull you over for driving 90 miles an hour, they will not be interested in knowing that 5 minutes ago you were driving 55 and your average speed over the last 5 minutes was only 65. To talk terminology, sound meters typically express sound levels as L, Lmax, and Lmin. L stands for level at a given instant. Lmax and Lmin stand for maximum and minimum levels of sound measured during a given time frame. All of these report instantaneous sound level. Sound meters report average sound as LEQ, which stands for level equivalent. All these metrics are expressed in dB, or dBA or dBc, as I'll discuss in a minute. For instance, if sound were measured for 2 minutes and it varied between 40 and 60 dBA, L max would be 60 dBA, L min would be 40 dBA, and LEQ, which is average sound, would be something in the middle, like 50 dB. So now I just want to talk briefly about A and C weighting. Sound levels expressed with A weighting reduce the actual measured sound level number in a manner that simulates response of the human ear. Both sound level and average sound can be expressed with A weighting, with units of dBA. C weighting better reports low frequencies, such as bass and drums, from a boombox. These are the frequencies that penetrate windows and walls. I have one more sentence, if you'll indulge me. Both sound levels and average sound can be expressed with C weighting, expressed as dBc. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mark Alexander.
Hello to the council and all the audience. I am a representative of Northern Arizona Climate Change Alliance, here to speak tonight on the electrification of vehicles in the Flagstaff City fleet. I'm a board member, volunteer, donor with the organization. We wish to take this occasion to recognize the climate change efforts performed by the city of Flagstaff. In particular, we were briefed by Jenny Newman of the city climate manager on the work that's been accomplished with regard to the carbon neutrality plan to convert to electrical vehicles. We have high hopes that the work will continue and fulfill expectations as quickly as possible. NESCA is a nonprofit 501c3 dedicated to educating the public about climate change and empowering people to achieve both individual and collective action in climate change. We encourage public and private entities to implement ways to reduce and totally eliminate carbon emissions as quickly as possible. Science has shown we must act immediately to avoid more of the destructive changes we have started to see in our environment. We respectfully recommend a prompt implementation of your plan to electrify all city vehicles and urge to implement 100% electrification as quick as possible. This must be done immediately if the city hopes to achieve its goal of municipal carbon neutrality by 2025. This goal was stated in Flagstaff's Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, which was ratified in 2018. It is now 4 years later, and the city has achieved less than 10% of that goal. There are barely more than 2 years left. Time is running out. A significant portion of the carbon neutrality plan relies on carbon offsets. Such offsets have been fraught with huge accounting problems and very little success. The city cannot rely upon them to reach net zero emissions. To achieve its goals, the city must rely on direct emissions reductions. The FCAAP also set a goal of carbon neutrality for the entire city by 2030. Many citizens do not understand the benefits of EVs, and some are hesitant because of insufficient charging infrastructure. To reach its 2030 goal, the city must rapidly build sufficient charging infrastructure. It is moving far too slowly on installation of charging stations and on public education. People need to know about the cost of climate change and the benefits of electrical vehicles and other electrical replacements for fossil fuels, such as heat pumps. All of these things are big concerns for many of your constituents. Along with this letter, we respectfully submit 1,142 signatures of Flagstaff citizens who urge you to electrify all city vehicles as quickly as possible. And
Thank you, Mark.
I would like to present these petitions. Thank you for your time.
We have Stephen Summer.
Hello, Mayor Deasy, Flagstaff City Council. I think many of you know me and my involvement with the Northern Arizona Climate Change Alliance and the public education about climate change issues. So that statement that you all just heard from Mark Alexander, delivered to you today by the Northern Arizona Climate Change Alliance, is no light thing. We really are in a global climate emergency and a local climate emergency of no uncertain terms. In 2020, we reached 2,500 gigatons, that's billion tons of CO2 emissions into our atmosphere. We've already raised the Earth's average temperature over 1 degree centigrade, approximately 1.2 degrees centigrade at this point. If we want to avoid 1.5 degrees centigrade warming, we've only got 500 gigatons more that we can put into the atmosphere. If we want to avoid 2 degrees centigrade warming, we've only got 1,150 gigatons left to put into the atmosphere. How much do we now emit per year? Well, globally, about 59 gigatons per year. And these numbers are all from the IPCC report of 2022. So we really have very little time left. And y'all are not moving fast enough on fleet electrification, on public education, and a variety of associated things. We're eager to help you in that regard, but we want to also urge you strongly to do this more quickly than you are currently doing. So how long do we have before we reach 1.5 degrees centigrade? Well, about 8.4, at the rates I was just telling you, about 8.47 years from 2020. So that's about 2028 or 2029 when we'll reach 1.5 degrees centigrade warming, and we'll reach 2 degrees warming in about 2039. Those might sound like small numbers, but how much heat energy does it take to change the entire atmosphere of the Earth and the entire surface of the Earth by 1 centigrade degree? It is a huge, massive difference. We have not seen these kinds of things anywhere in any record of the past. This is totally unnatural. This is totally done by us. So we need to do that reduction of our carbon emissions. And as Mark was saying, carbon offsets just really don't cut it. So we've seen it. We've seen all the emergencies here. We've seen increasing frequency of storms. We've seen, and there are actually studies documenting this, we've seen increase in monsoon downpours. And the flooding and the fire risk keeps going up. So those are just a few of the things that we're experiencing in Flagstaff. Also our food prices, because corn is being pushed into Canada,
Thank you.
et cetera. So thank you.
Thank you. Jill Stevenson?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jill Stevenson. I am also a volunteer with NASCA. Because of the climate crisis, the urgency to lessen carbon emissions, and the slow progress in meeting the proposed 2030 goals of carbon neutrality, NASCA decided in 2021 to initiate a fleet vehicle electrification campaign. I would like to read the petition. We are very concerned about climate change and support the immediate conversion of all vehicle fleets to electric as soon as possible. Transportation by gasoline-powered vehicles is a major contributor to Flagstaff's greenhouse gas emissions. We are calling on the City of Flagstaff and Coconino County to transition to electric buses, cars, and trucks immediately. We are calling on NAU, FUSD, and Mountain Line to transition to electric buses, cars, and trucks immediately. Without these measures being implemented right away, the City of Flagstaff will not attain its goal of net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. Fleet electrification will also save dollars in maintenance and fuel costs and will benefit human health from toxic exhaust. So we petitioned most of the summer and the overwhelming response was positive. But there were concerns. Where are all the necessary charging stations, especially rapid charging ones? What about the expense of lithium batteries, environmentally and financially? Where are the batteries necessary for driving long distances? Will there be enough clean energy sources of electricity? Where is the money coming from? Will our taxes increase to pay for this? Our response to these concerns was that these are problems whose solutions need to happen simultaneously. We can't wait until all the infrastructure is perfect before we order electric vehicles. It takes time for orders to be filled. We must move now. Many of these concerns are being addressed and met, which should enable the City of Flagstaff to proceed quickly in the conversion of fleet vehicles from gas or diesel to electric. Programs such as APS's Take Charge Arizona offer free EV charging equipment as well as installation and maintenance to businesses, government agencies, nonprofits, and multifamily communities. The Inflation Reduction Act is a big help in many ways. Another emerging technology, vehicle-to-grid, helps balance out electricity demand and avoid any unnecessary costs for building an electricity system. Power purchase agreements, financial and legal arrangements between renewable energy projects and corporations have boosted a web of wind and solar manufacturers, developers, and operators. This has made
Thank you, Ms. Stevenson.
renewables cost competitive.
Thank you.
Thank you for the time and consideration.
Dee Hoagland?
Mr. Mayor, council members, hi, my name is Dee Hoagland from Flagstaff. I'm a retired teacher, mother, grandmother, member of NASCA, and I'm not a scientist. However, I do read and attend seminars, and I believe what scientists are predicting about climate change. In 2020, Flagstaff City Council declared a climate emergency and set a goal to achieve carbon neutrality by 2030. A majority of residents supported the declaration and applauded the city for establishing the plan. I was proud to be part of a community that was advocating for proactive measures to mitigate climate change. 20 years ago, I was planning a trip to Hudson Bay to take my granddaughter on a wildlife adventure to learn more about polar bears in their natural habitat. A friend told me, "You better go soon or it'll be too late in a few more years." Looking back, I think that was the beginning of my concerns about climate change. Initially, the news about climate change focused on polar bears, sea ice, and glaciers melting. Perhaps for some people, this emphasis created a sense of indifference. Glaciers melting was a distant dilemma, not posing any immediate danger. Ice reflects excess heat back into space and keeps the planet cooler. Rapid glacial melt affects not only polar bears and rising sea levels, but also ocean currents and global warming. Climate change is now in the news daily. 500-year floods have become annual events. Flagstaff has experienced disastrous wildfires and consequential flooding. The housing crisis is made worse by second home buyers escaping the extreme heat in Phoenix. Emissions from transportation are the largest contributor to greenhouse gas. The city has a plan for electrifying city vehicles. I'm concerned that this transition is not happening quickly enough. Transitioning over 200 vehicles in the next 7 years would involve approximately 30 vehicles a year. Focusing on federal grants and other funding sources might help the financial burden of this transition. There are many solutions that the city is working on: community design, reducing vehicle miles traveled, improving bike lanes and walkability. Certainly, these are all a vital part of the equation. Having said that, electrification of city vehicles should be at the forefront of this equation. We need strong action on climate change. We are quickly approaching the tipping point. Thank you.
Thank you. Nate Spengler?
The Flagstaff Youth Climate Alliance, Flagstaff Arts and Leadership Academy's Environmental Coalition, and Flagstaff High School's Environmental Coalition. Oh, sorry. Should I start again?
Yeah, please.
Okay. The Flagstaff Youth Climate Alliance, Flagstaff Arts and Leadership Academy's Environmental Coalition, and Flagstaff High School's Environmental Coalition support Northern Arizona Climate Change Alliance's petition for fleet vehicle electrification and endorse their appeal for an accountable electrification schedule, transparent fleet data, and the expansion of publicly accessible charging infrastructure. These initiatives are not new proposals. They're only in keeping with the imperatives of this Council's climate emergency resolution, and the strategies and goals clearly identified in Flagstaff's carbon neutrality plan. A significant reduction in transportation emissions is necessary not only to deliver on the City of Flagstaff's commitments, but also to protect the well-being of its constituents, present and future, as the consequences of climate change and environmental degradation are already being felt by Flagstaff citizens in the challenges presented by wildfires, flooding, air pollution, and erratic weather, among others. As with most climate change mitigation efforts, these transportation initiatives are an urgent matter demanding to be prioritized, considering that unless global emissions peak halfway through this decade, or roughly 2025, we will be unable to avoid a catastrophic 3.6-degree rise in temperature. These organizations believe that it is only if Flagstaff begins actively working towards its carbon neutrality goal today that we can realistically claim to have the welfare of our own citizens at heart. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Nate. Stephen Poor.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. On a somewhat related note, last Sunday, a couple of my residents on West Havana Way took the opportunity to talk to some of our neighbors. We went to Northwoods Apartments. We went to West Havana Way neighbors. We went to Coconino Estates from the top of Talkington and Crescent all the way down to Meade. We spoke to 158 people. 97% of the people we spoke to agreed with the following things. They're ready to adopt and urge you to adopt option 2 on the culvert at Highway 180 in Schultz Creek. They want you to use funds available to you now. They would like you to get this going. If you can move heaven and earth and do what you did at the Y, maybe you can get this in place, but they urge you to get it in place by next monsoon season. I think that's an amazing number. And the number of people who did not back this had some professional reasons about not being on a list and here and there. Outside of that, we are darn close to 100%. Some of those people on Crescent, as you probably know, weren't impacted by the flood. But boy, were they the more supportive people. I personally got a chance to speak to them. And so, again, I guess we're just here to urge you to go ahead and adopt this. Maybe we're going to do something for these people with regards to climate change, get the diesel big tractors off our street. They take pallets off our street, the big diesel driven plows that take mud off our streets. If we can avoid that and we can get this fixed, that would be, I think, a step in their direction and our direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. And just so the public is aware, on the agenda tonight is a discussion about our stormwater fees and the potential increase, so that way we can pay for these improvements. With that, Paul Harrell.
Hi, Good afternoon, Mayor, Town Council members, and staff. Thank you so much for honoring the proclamation idea for the Veterans for Peace organization to reclaim Armistice Day. I still have not received a copy of what template you decided to go with for Flagstaff proclamation on Veterans/Armistice Day. Since there are conservative and progressive examples to choose from, I'm sure you can even come up with an acceptable version in the middle somewhere, coming from Flagstaff to use that is unique. The Veterans for Peace organization will probably understand because of the divided country and times we are living in these days. I mentioned to the mayor that no other veteran service organization except the Veterans for Peace organization had this idea, to my knowledge, to reclaim Armistice Day Armistice/Veterans Day or Veterans/Armistice Day, to start building a culture of peace as it was intended, instead of glorifying never-ending wars. It's all this world has ever known since our existence on this fragile planet. We want other veterans from other veteran service organizations to also support this way to start building a culture of peace and idea by reclaiming Armistice Day too, plus speak from their hearts about the true cost of war, overall from their perspective as veterans and their families alongside them that suffered and sacrificed through it all. But this stuff sadly continues today. I will see if Veterans for Peace representative can attend this ceremony once a mutual place is decided to do this proclamation ceremony in Flagstaff. I am scheduled to be at a wedding in Arkansas on November 12th, if everything goes right, so I may not be able to attend this proclamation ceremony unless I can find a way to fly there from Flagstaff to get there in time, but I doubt it. I am, however, willing, along with other brave and courageous veterans and volunteers, to journey on a ship called the Golden Rule. This is used for peaceful missions around the world as needed. I met Helen Jacquard in Flagstaff when we were banning uranium mining at the Grand Canyon to protect the Colorado River and the Havasupai's precious water in Sacred Red Butte Mountain. Helen knows Cleve Benally that asked her to join at support rally at Fire Creek Coffee back then. I joined the Veterans for Peace and other groups trying to ban uranium mining and working on denuclearization solutions online and spread awareness at organized protests. Helen Jacquard invited me to apply to join the crew of the Golden Rule. Once my health improved and I get my sea legs back, I would really like to go back to sea for this mission for peace around the world, including Russia right now, to build the culture of peace we desperately need as things sadly escalate. I would love to raise enough money from our fellow Americans to get this done, if possible, and any and all ideas are welcome to achieve this goal. What do we have to lose? We want to save the world from future wars so future generations can live and thrive on this planet before things escalate. I'm willing to sacrifice my life again to work on a peaceful solution so future generations will not have to be recruited or drafted into another never-ending war that doesn't seem to stop. Let me know if the city of Flagstaff can help out with any of this, as I can pass on those solutions, ideas, or help anyone has to offer to the right people involved. Thank you.
Andy Fernandez.
Andy Fernandez, U.S. Army veteran, Army Corps of Engineers, also as a 1995 Army, mayor candidate for the city of Flagstaff. And Justice of the Peace, I was also in the top 13. I finished number 3 for the Judge Pro Tempore in Page, Arizona, back several years ago. I also initiated a recycling program here in the city that was circumvented by the city and the corrupt Republican format with the Daily Sun and Randy Wilson, who decided to disallow my public service announcement. And then after they had numerously stated in 7 months that they were not going to facilitate recycling, it was not viable, when they found out that I was circulating a petition and I had almost 60% of the signatures acquired, all of a sudden 3 weeks later, front page, City of Flagstaff, City Council having an emergency meeting on recycling. I brought recycling to Flagstaff as the 4th Street overpass, and the 4th Street overpass was in collusion with the enterprise over McMillan Mesa. I fought it for 8 years. I spent over $55,000 to oppose it, even though 4th Street was my baby. 4th Street should have the on and off ramps as well. Now, that would be facilitated, like the people talking about reducing carbon emissions, traffic flow, expediting it a lot easier. You would have another interstate connection. At that time, we had 3 interchanges. You go to the east and to the west, 7 cities, small cities, all combined, not even half the size of Flagstaff. They all had 3 off and on interchanges. Now, okay, getting back to the scenario, again, I initiated a recycling program here, so like I stipulated. So, let me backtrack a little bit because this is the time of year we have the holidays, so I want to stipulate this. 18 of the last 23 years, I've asked the city to go to work with the Arizona Public Service Electric Company to facilitate neighbor cheer, give a 50% discount for people who use, for people who fix up and decorate their houses for the 3.5 to 5 week period to bring good neighbor policy back to the community. Now, I've been speaking about carbon emissions for over 28 years, 30 years here, like I said. I also stipulated about affordable housing scenario, and we have a terrorist here who I took to Sky Harbor on 4 or 5 occasions, and he even said, yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, the affordable housing was an atrocity. Now he's jumped on board with his ex-mayor, Coral, to facilitate putting money in their pockets. 442 will bring increased housing dramatically and needlessly. You have the affordable housing right down the street from where we had a couple of rentals. And the housing units there were 45,000, 43,000 average. So how in 1999 to 2007, in 7.5 years, you have an increase of 355,000 to 400,000? That's appalling. For all these housing units, we've added almost 38,000 people here in the city of Flagstaff. Everybody has a water heater. All the water's heater on 24/7. That's the main issue with the carbon neutrality scenario, as well as the other issues with transportation.
Thank you, Andy. All right, and I'm not seeing any online public participation at this time, so we are down to agenda item number 5, review of draft agenda for the November 1st, 2022 City Council meeting. City Council, any concerns, any questions about the agenda next week?
I submitted a card for the public participation. Okay, but didn't you say you just had another another public participation?
I do not have another card that was right here, and it says public participation, which is agenda item number 4. So you can address that, and we'll move on, since council does not have anything on agenda item number 5, to number 6, the proclamation for STEM City 10th anniversary. I'd like to ask Leah to come forward, and if council would like to join me at the front.
Okay.
Come on, center stage.
Okay.
So, Flagstaff Values celebrates its scientific institutions, STEM-based companies and institutions of higher education, and endeavors to attract more such institutions. Flagstaff recognizes the importance of STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, in education, business, and governance. Flagstaff desires to support our schools in their efforts to educate our children to be successful in a technological, competitive, and increasingly complex world. STEM City was born out of a shared community vision to recognize, celebrate, and expand the tremendous capital and human assets in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics that exist in Flagstaff. STEM City was launched in August 2012 in recognition of Flagstaff's designation as America's first STEM community. And STEM City works to connect the vibrancy of Flagstaff STEM businesses, organizations, and resources to our schools, students, and families to strengthen our education, economy, and environments. And STEM City engages the Flagstaff STEM community to create connections and collaborations that promote STEM organizations, strengthen STEM literacy, and sustain STEM initiatives. STEM City connects and convenes collaborative STEM-oriented businesses and organizations, schools, and educators to develop and deliver engaging activities that lead to STEM learning and a Flagstaff workforce poised to succeed in tomorrow's economy. And STEM City seeks to empower and positively impact the citizens of Flagstaff. Therefore, I, Mayor Paul Deasy of the City of Flagstaff, do hereby reaffirm Flagstaff's designation as America's first STEM community And furthermore, do proclaim October 26th, 2022 as a celebration of Flagstaff STEM City's 10th anniversary. Yeah. And Sylvia. If you would like to say a few words, you're welcome to.
Just a big word of thanks to the city of Flagstaff, but to our entire community. I've lived here for a little over 35 years, and I never cease to be amazed by the wide range of STEM entities, really important, doing really important work in the areas of research, and improving our lives. And I'm so impressed that we have those opportunities, those options in our relatively small community. It's truly amazing. And I appreciate all of the work that goes into supporting STEM City, and we're looking forward to another great 10 years and looking forward to you reading the proclamation at our anniversary luncheon tomorrow. Thank you.
Would you like to get a quick picture?
Sure.
Let's pass on.
I remember that as a kid with the banana, and then you'd hammer in the nail with the banana. Remember that? I didn't do that. That's what I did. Anyways. Sounds like a party. All right, that brings us down to agenda item number 7, our city manager report.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Council. At the beginning of my report, there are some important introductions to be shared, not in person. That comes later. But I would like to preface that with a personal introduction of somebody who is with us here in the council chambers. In a minute, I will invite her up to the podium to have a short exchange with the council. I'd like to introduce Doris Rabina Mensah. She is from Ghana. She's also a grad student at NAU. A couple of weeks ago, I had the privilege of having a dialogue with a poli-sci class over there, and afterwards, I met Doris. She is a teacher and research assistant, and getting very close to finishing up her master's degree at NAU in political science. She has a strong focus on international relations, and it'll be interesting and likely fascinating to see what lies ahead for her. For now, she's met with some of us upstairs in City Hall, and now she has the pleasure of meeting with you, our elected body, and I would like for her to maybe share a few words with you. She is a wonderful individual to get to know, very talented, multilingual, very fluent in French, and with that, I introduce to you Doris. Doris, would you like to come up to the podium and, whoops.
Sorry, I didn't switch that back.
That is quite all right. She asked me before this meeting the powers of the mayor, and I said the mayor has the power to move the microphone any way he wants.
Hi, thank you so much, Mr. Clifton, and I'm really honored to be here this evening. When he offered me the opportunity to be here, I didn't refuse. I decided to come here to see how proceedings are done and to see how some discussions are done regarding the city of Flagstaff. And it's really great to see how things that I learned in the classroom are really being practical and like right in front of me over here. And it's really a privilege to be here, and I'm really glad to meet all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doris. It's a pleasure to have you here. Council, I'm going to shift then to the contents of my report. Oh, thank you so much. If you can just scroll down. Very soon you will be meeting this wonderful individual. Randy Tracy is our new HR director. We are so glad to have him. Some of you had the opportunity to meet with him when he interviewed, we did have a meet and greet, and he is excited to be here. He will start next week, October 31st. He's a results-oriented leader, and he brings years of diverse leadership experience to us. We're grateful to have him, and when he is here, we will bring him up and introduce him in person. Scrolling down, we also have Mr. Paul Mood. Very similar comments. Many of you met him during a meet and greet here not that long ago. Paul has accepted the position of the new City Engineering and Capital Improvements, Capital Projects Director. He will be our new city engineer. Like Randy, he will start next week on October 31st. That was not by design, but we can't wait to have him here. He comes to us from the Valley. He has worked in Fountain Hills. He's currently with Paradise Valley. A very strong background in engineering and working in the public sector. I think he'll be able to apply his skills for us right away. He is a registered professional civil engineer and has been since 2001. Graduated from Michigan Technology University in '97 with a Bachelor Science degree in Environmental Engineering. We look forward to introducing him in person. And finally, Mr. Shannon Jones has accepted the position.
One moment, please,
Yes,
if you don't mind, City Manager.
Yes.
Mr.
Councilor
Clifton, I'm
Russell.
sorry to interrupt your
Oh, please
flow.
do.
I just want to congratulate you on what I believe to be an absolutely fabulous choice for our new engineer.
Thank you
very
so much. Yeah, we are all very happy about that, and your comments are very well received, so thank you for sharing them. Yeah. Shannon Jones is going to fill a spot that has been vacant for 2 years plus, and that is our Water Services Director. I want to start by saying we have been so fortunate to have Mr. Brad Hill come back into the fold and help us out on an interim basis. It's great to have him back with the city, and that has made for a rather smooth transition, and that transition will now reach fruition in early February. That is when Mr. Shannon Jones will be starting his tenure with the city. He will be coming to us from Santa Fe, New Mexico. He has a very strong work experience in public works and water in particular, and we're excited to have him share those skills with us here in Flagstaff. I believe the start date is February 6th, and it might be February 7th, but it's one of those 2 dates. Brad Hill will be with us until the end of February, so we're going to have some nice mentoring and onboarding occurring during the month of February. So stay tuned on that. You will be meeting Shannon Jones in early February. Any other questions before I move on? Great. Again, thank you for your comments. With the police department, there's one thing I would like to single out in my report. There are several items for you to enjoy reading here, but one that I will call out specifically is the recent Exchange Club Officer of the Year ceremony. A number of us attended that. It was wonderful, and we are pleased to continue to recognize the work of Officer Pat Condon, who was named the Exchange Club Officer of the Year for 2022. He's done a lot of amazing things for our department and for the community. He's a go-to officer in many instances. He's very involved with the assessments and training to our community, and has many talents and has earned this very prestigious award. Congratulations to Pat Condon. I'm skipping down here just to highlight a couple of recent meetings, and then I'm going to turn it over as we have a couple of monthly updates to share with you. The Vice Mayor and I toured the Habitat Not So Tiny Starter Home over on Butler. It was a fascinating tour. We can't wait to see these houses find their locations throughout the community as nice starter homes. And congratulations to Eric Wolverton and the Habitat for Humanity of Northern Arizona for that nice tour. There are some important dates to mark down in your calendars, especially the retreat agenda. We'll be mentioning this for the next few meetings, January 19th and 20th, February 2nd and 3rd, and April 27th and 28th. Those are largely two-day retreats. The first one might be a day and a half. Stay tuned on that as we prepare the agenda. Looking forward to retreating with you as always is the case. Finally, in my report, I mention and have a lot of nice photographs appended to talk about the recent Discover Flagstaff and the EVD annual marketing luncheon that was held on October 20th at the High Country. It was wonderful. It was well attended. I want to thank Rose Tohe, Lori Pappas, Heidi Hansen, Dave McIntyre, Trace Ward, Councilmember Salas, Councilmember Aslan, and Mayor. I understand you were with us on that day, and thank you for your attendance. We had a wonderful representation from our elected body and, of course, from staff. Bill Staten, 29-time Emmy Award winner, was the keynote speaker. Absolutely captivating and funny. It was a wonderful event, and again, some photos to share with you on that. That pretty much wraps up my report. I would like to have, I think our first monthly out is at Economic Vitality. Heidi Hansen, can you come up and spend a few minutes with us?
Yes, I have to move this though. And I'm going to share my screen if you don't mind. Thank you. Thank you, Amy. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. Heidi Hansen, Interim Deputy City Manager. And when I'm not Interim Deputy City Manager, you know that I'm also leading the Economic Vitality Division with Trace Ward. The reason I'm sharing my screen is because, as you know, the report that I give you is way bigger than what I'm going to tell you today. So I picked out what I thought were some really good highlights that you might have read through or might have missed. So let's make sure that you know about them. We had our annual airport certification, which is basically an audit. And I will tell you, we had 0 problems with that audit. So thanks to the airport team and our ARF team for always doing such a good job and making sure that we're in compliance. We also, at the same time, had to finish our airport or update our airport emergency plan. And I will tell you that has been updated with several, and we are in good shape there. We're also continuing all of our CARES Act projects, and some of them that are probably of big interest to you is the ugly fencing that we had around the airport. So ugly and temporary. It is gone, and now it looks a lot like the Foots Trail fencing, and we are getting a lot of great compliments on that. And the reason we changed that fencing is because very soon we will be having a paid parking program at the airport, and we don't want people to go over the curbs with their cars, so we've made it so they won't be able to. We also fixed the parking lot for Wiseman Aviation. That has been a long time coming, and we are also going to be working on some other winter season things that we need to do, as well as a lot of spring and summer. So we are actually going to be using all that $18.2 million, don't you worry, and we have lots of projects on the horizon. For airport marketing, we have a new in-flight issue. Actually, it's like the 3rd one. Claire Harper, our communications manager, is doing a great job letting everybody in the terminal that are tenants of ours knowing what's going on in the terminal, believe it or not, as well as all of you. If you have not signed up for that, we'll get you signed up. We also have completed our airport media kit because we took over all of our advertising. We no longer use a third party. All the revenue that we make for anybody advertising in the airport will strictly comes and stays with the airport, which is a great model for us. Our employments actually weren't as good as last year, but of course we have United Airlines. It's going to be exiting in February, and they're only doing 1 flight right now. But we still are actually holding ground. We're definitely better than 2020. And again, we can't do much about a national pilot crew and plane shortage, but we do have a conference coming up in November to try to get new air service. And in community investment, we wanted to share with you that our facilities teams is never done their job. They are constantly working on our behalf, and they helped to install the courthouse art plaque. I think you already saw that beautiful mural that's on the our art piece on the courthouse, and we actually have now put the plaque to let everybody know who the artist was and how it came about. Some ongoing projects, the airport Coconino Scroll, the one that you will see, it's a beautiful fencing project that is going to be happening. It is not complete. We are waiting for some product to come in, the artist is, but when it's done, you'll happy to know that the brochure I promised you that explains the story, our story, is completed. And we also will have a fabric installation at the airport that describes why they want to take that stroll. And so more to come on that. We'll invite you out when it's completed. Our beautification and action grants, it deadlined, and so we will be giving out grants to several different community interests that have small grant needs, so we'll let you know about those when those are completed. And then we have just kicked off with Creative Flagstaff, our grants program in general for arts and sciences, and as you know, we normally award about 40 grants throughout the community.
Interruption, Mr. Mayor.
Yes,
Ms.
go ahead.
Heinzen, I already have 4 eyes, but I still need that screen enlarged, your presentation.
My screen enlarged. See if I can do it. Oop. Is that any better
Thank you.
for you?
Perfect.
Okay. I'm sorry. You should have stopped me a long time ago. All right, in Park Flag, I'm getting there. We have continued to do software updates on all our kiosks, and I will tell you that is an ongoing battle, but they definitely do it, and they do it with a smile. When we have kiosks that actually get hit by vehicles, and it's done all the time, we go out there quickly, and the staff gets those taken care of. We also did yellow paint, re-yellow painted some loading places on Aspen Avenue. And you'll be happy to know that our Park Flag revenues are starting to come back up. We had a 107% increase. Business attraction. We have had a, Jack Fitchett is on the line if there's any questions. He's our business attraction manager. He actually toured the group Woodson. I'm going to read this paragraph to you so that I do it justice. They met with a new company this month that has a progressive solution to affordable housing and fire mitigation. Woodson is looking to have several new plants located in the northern Arizona region that will take small diameter and other additives to make affordable building materials. This business would be an excellent fit for Flagstaff and has the potential to assist with excess lumber from forest thinning efforts and to create additional affordable housing options. I think that's the type of business you want us to be attracting, right? Mm-hmm. All right, we're doing our job. So Jack, thank you for your efforts, and I hope you can continue to update this council. Our sustainable automotive tax rebate it's doing great. I actually started telling a lot of more people about it, that's not even a real word, but anyway, started telling a lot of people about this, and I can tell you they are continuing to ask for the incentive, and we had, looks like $19,500 to 33 people that purchased their vehicle here. So please buy local. Some other attraction highlights, the old Bed Bath & Beyond is going to be Home Goods. They just actually signed that a little bit. And then in the Daily Sun building, because Daily Sun does not need all the space that they have anymore, they have actually, or Casey Lights is going to be going into that space, and they're going to be creating 30 jobs instantly. For retention and expansion, our chooseflagstaff.com website is getting updated. And then for other business and retention expansion needs, we have our incentive that is still going. We had 11 people reach out about that incentive, and we are awarding 2 businesses with the monies that we have available. Again, we will come back and update you with those businesses. Library, I didn't even attach all their stats because honestly, they are so long and so many, but they're amazing, and the door counts are phenomenal. Done a Lego club, a crafty corner. They actually did a hike. They are really thinking outside the box, especially since our main library is harder to get into because, as you know, we're doing an ADA construction project. Our library had an all-staff day training, and the reason I even bring it up is because we've never been able to do that where we were able to close the libraries down. You probably didn't even know that we were closed down, but we did do a press release. And they actually all got to participate and to learn a little bit more about, library services and have professional development, and it was all done on a grant. So we were excited that we didn't have to spend any money, and they got it through a grant that they actually put in for. I'm not going to read you all these, but we continue to get compliments about the library staff. We get it from authors that get to do book readings there. We get it from patrons that come in, and I will tell you that I appreciate our staff. you obviously are doing a good job of people taking time to write about you. And then for the climate, and this group that's here tonight would probably love to hear about this, we actually have lots of collaboration with sustainability, and their climate resilience project they've been doing with sustainability actually got some news in the Arizona Daily Sun this last month. Trace Ward actually received an award for the group on green living. We actually got an award saying that we were one of the best places to have a weekend here because of the fact that we have ecotourism practices. So that is telling us something that's working. Our tourism metrics were amazing. Again, all of our metrics, occupancy, average daily rate, and revenue per available room were all up. So honestly, when you can do all three, it's triple threat. I'm excited for all of the staff and our hoteliers and our bars and our restaurants and our campgrounds that are doing an excellent job. Marketing media relations, we had 22 print and 104 digital articles. We had 5 procured stories and 11 media assists. This is just 1 month. So when I tell you that, it just blows my mind because that's just 1 month. So when you look at the annual, it's just crazy. And in film, Councilmember Aslan, we're following that more for you. We did have a one permit that was requested for film, a very slow month, but we're getting a lot more. Our website analytics were up, domestic sessions increased, and finally, international markets are starting to increase, meaning they're starting to travel again. We had 200 visitor guide requests, and we had 158 people sign up for our newsletters. Our social media has been huge. All of our numbers were increased. Our sales were great. We actually have bookings of 610 rooms internationally. And then we also have some meetings, marketing that we had for, of course, people that want to come have meetings and conference and events here. Visitor services continue to do great. These are our visitor center staff. They actually had our walk-ins were up 35%. Our retail sales were up 22%. They gave out 169 pint glasses, meaning these are the people that went on the brewery trail that we actually promote for our brewers. And then Councilmember Salas, you asked about the indigenous art market. That has actually had its final weekend, and it will come back next summer. Here I want to show you a new campaign that we are doing that we just kicked off, and it's about as cool as it gets. I think you see it. It's really fun. It's beautiful. It's talking about family friendly. It's talking about going to our national monuments. It's talking about our snow season. It's showing the beautiful white-capped peaks. And again, there's so much more to this, but I want to let you know the creativity from Discover Flagstaff is amazing. Some other things that we did this last month, we talked about minimum wage. We let our businesses know about it. We talked about our trails. We talked about the leaf peepers that wanted to come. We've had a huge influx of visitors because of the leaves. Of course, we continue to talk about astrotourism. And last but not least, in front of you is our new second edition of Visit, Discover, Grow. That piece is a way for us to continue to tell our Flagstaff story. It's a glimpse of our story, but it's also bragging rights to we share with businesses that are continuing to consider Flagstaff as a place to call home. So you can get this in the printed version, and you can also get it digitally. I'm done. You got it. I am done. Any questions for me?
Thank you, Heidi. Councilmember Salas.
It's been out in the news for a couple of weeks now, but I would like to take this moment and space to extend this immense gratitude to our business attraction team, as well as our community development team, and I think some of our traffic engineers for working together, creating synergy in bringing in and out.
Yes. I wasn't going to steal your thunder. I was going to let you say the whole thing. Yeah, in and out is coming.
I like it animal style, but I just want to mention that the community has been, since I was elected since I swore into office in December, we've been getting emails about In and Out and Trader Joe's. At least now we could say we are delivering In and Out, and it's this years and years of effort of our Flagstaff business attraction team.
Thank you, Mayor, Councilmember Salas. So the one thing I want to remind everyone though, when you look at retail, we don't chase rooftops. we don't chase retail. But to have a vibrant market that has good visitation, they want good retail. So we do go to one show a year, and we actually work on getting retail. And In-N-Out is one that we've continued to talk to. Our main focus as business attraction is high-wage, low-impact jobs. So when we talk about a Woodson, that is definitely the core of our job, but we definitely do have some time that we carve out to retail businesses. But I just want to make that clear that people don't think that's all we do. And then also, the difference about In-N-Out is they actually can pay a higher wage, which is actually a good thing for anybody that decides they want to maybe be employed there. But again, I just want to make it clear that 90% of Jack, Dave, and John's job is to look for high-wage, low-impact jobs.
I also want to mention that the great work that our team did, the collaborative team of many departments, and working with ADOT, because it's In-N-Out will be located on Milton, which is an ADOT-owned and managed road. So there's some traffic mitigation that will be in place before In-N-Out opens. So thank you so much.
Exactly.
Thank you,
Thank
Heidi.
you for adding that.
Thank you.
Any other
Councilmember
questions?
Shimoni?
Please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Heidi. Great presentation, great work. Just a quick question. I'm just wondering, are there any updates on the Green Book effort that we have? I think that's what we're calling it, to uplift business owners of color.
Yes. Mayor, Councilmember Shimoni, it's done. It's been out. I can't believe I haven't come back and told you. I will send it to you, and it is phenomenal. So it is a tour that anybody can come to, and it is a tour that we actually talk to our tour operators. It's an itinerary that can be added now.
That's great.
Thank you for bringing that up.
Absolutely. I'm looking at it on your website, so
Yep.
I do see it, and it's wonderful.
It is completed.
And I'm wondering, are there next steps in terms of how to further uplift it and support it, or is it kind of situated and set?
There's definitely ways that we can uplift it and do more with it, for sure. And I can definitely talk to Trace and Lori about how you've asked about that, and we can definitely do more. I wouldn't know right now, Trace would, but he's not with us tonight, on all the efforts that they're using on it, but that's just one of, 35 different campaigns. But I can definitely get you more information on how they're marketing that.
And then I'm also just, thinking about, indigenous-owned businesses and Hispanic-owned businesses, and how we can further uplift those local businesses, just in addition to all the great work that we're doing.
It's a good thing I'm going into budget season, because I will add those to the discussion, and we're actually going to be having a tourism commission retreat, and that's where we talk about how we're going to lay out the next year. So I'll add those to that, Councilmember.
I'd really appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember, and thank you, Deputy City Manager.
All right, appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. We have one more newsletter. Rebecca Sayers is going to come up and try to top the In-N-Out Burger story. Rebecca, of course, heads up PROS, which is short for Parks, Rec, Open Space, and Elasticity.
You're just trying to see if I'm paying attention. All right. Yeah, Heidi, you are always tough to follow, and so next time I'm going to go first. Just saying. All right. Hopefully everyone can see this. It looks huge to me, but it looks good on the screen. So you are going to hear more about our highlighted project for our first page of our monthly newsletter here in just moments. So I'm actually going to scroll really, really fast to skip it. So that's our Thorpe Park Annex topic that's coming up next. I wanted to highlight for you under the Parks section, these are trail counts that we have up in 5 and soon to be more locations. What this graph shows you is the percentages of people that are passing our trail counters. This doesn't have the actual numbers. We do have those. Those graphs are a little bit harder to see in this context, but we're going to be adding some more trail counters. This helps us know who's using our trails and when and where. And as we point out here, it helps us to start to put together a plan for trail rehabilitation, repair, replacement as needed. Our Buffalo Park Trail Accessibility Project continues. Many of you may know that we are closed this week through Thursday. We're just really trying to knock this trail project out. This is a new trail surface. If you haven't tried it out, please do. Please wait till we're reopen on Friday. And it's just an incredibly different and, in my opinion, improved experience. It's much quieter. You can actually hear the person that you're walking with. You never really realized how loud our old trail mix was until you tried this. It's also softer and more accessible overall. So we're excited. Just as of today, I think we are 1 3/4 mile around the 2-mile loop. So we're almost there, right? 1 1/4? Yes. 1 1/4, sorry. Sorry, Lionel, I probably just gave him a heart attack if he's paying attention. All right, our awesome staff spotlight is celebrating Miss Amy Hagan. You will also hear from her later tonight. But wanted to call out Amy as our assistant Parks and Recreation Director. This is a promotion for her, and we are so excited to have her in a new role on the team, and excited to see what she's going to be able to do in that role. So thank you, Amy. With recreation, as a reminder, we have our 4 recreation centers. We also have the athletics program. That's all under recreation. And of course, everyone's gearing up for Halloween. We invite you to join us over at Hal Jensen tomorrow night for a fun. They're doing a cakewalk and costume raffle contest. On Monday at Josie Montoya is a Halloween-themed lunch. On Monday night, Halloween night, will be a spooky skate at J Lively with free admission if you wear a costume. Just lots of fun. And this Saturday at the Aquaplex, if you wear a costume, you get entered into a raffle for a free month membership. So please come on out. One highlight we wanted to make sure you're aware of is that we do organize a youth basketball league. Registration is open now for games starting, I believe, later this year. So please go ahead and if you've got kids that are into playing recreational league basketball, not quite as competitive as some of the other leagues that we have in town, that's a good option for them. And then on our open space team, as you're well aware, we just approved a grant agreement. Thank you all very much for getting some money to get some work done out at Picture Canyon to help with our trails and maintenance needs there. And this picture is members of the Arizona Conservation Corps who have been working out at Observatory Mesa to help us repair some fencing. We would not be able to do this level of maintenance without their assistance, usually grant funded. And then last but not least, we have our events team. We have another exciting promotion to announce. Miss Beck Thomas, who was our admin specialist, is now our events and marketing coordinator. So that's a great promotion internally. This beautiful picture from Indigenous Peoples Day here at City Hall was taken by her. She's an incredible photographer. So thank you to Rose and your team. And we were able to support that event as we do with many events around town. We're also working on our technology issues that we have, or they're not issues, they're challenges. With our recreation software, it's always a challenge, and every different software has its pros and cons, right? We're trying to work through that. And I will leave you with this last image from Buffalo Park, also care of Miss Beck Thomas. So that is our report, and I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Rebecca. Councilmember Schmoning.
Thank you, Rebecca, for the report, and congratulations to Amy. Quick selfish question in regards to basketball. I heard you say youth basketball, but is City League back up and running?
Yes, we also have adult basketball leagues that yes, they are winter leagues as well, and they're up and running as well.
Great. Does the city have a team?
Does the city of Flagstaff have a team? Are you volunteering?
I am.
Maybe you and Amy can get together.
Let's do it.
And Sterling. Sterling looks like a basketball
Oh,
player.
and Sterling. I
And
will be
Finsel.
there to root you on.
How are those ribs, Sterling?
Much better.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Thank you to the pros team. All right.
That is
That
it, Mayor
is-
and Council. Thank you.
Yep, excellent, thank you. We are down to agenda item number 8, our Thorpe Park Annex Community Engagement Results and Discussion.
Whew, that's a tough act to follow. All right, good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Amy Hagan, Assistant Parks and Recreation Director, here this afternoon to introduce this robust discussion on a community engagement process and design concept development for Thorpe Park Annex. Before I graciously turn over to the partnering team that are sitting over here to my right, I wanted to take a healthy moment for all of us so that we keep a few ingredients. This is my hilarious, I guess, humor. As we keep a few ingredients in our proverbial cookbooks while we're listening to this presentation today. A couple things that dawned on me when I was thinking about this presentation last night. Thorpe Park, it's a regional park. It's 219 acres in size, and it is a mixture of both passive and active recreation. That's amazing. Thorpe Park Annex, so the piece that we're going to talk about this afternoon, it's a roughly 8.5 acres, or less than 4% of what the greater regional Thorpe Park is. That, too, is kind of an amazing concept when you start to think about it for this discussion. This partnership, we kicked this thing off a touch over a year ago. This core team that began on this journey with the community, the efforts, the processes, and the measurable data that'll be presented tonight hold significant value. Both the Indigenous Commission and the Parks and Rec Commission have had the pleasure of seeing this presentation and regarding these final draft concepts. All right, are we ready? We're ready for this? Because here we go, because I have one last request before we kick this off, is I kindly just ask that everyone, let's keep the questions till the end if we can, and because we're going to have a robust conversation.
They're shaking their heads, but I'm the one who gets to call on
I saw
them,
that,
so
and I appreciate
I got
you.
your back. Yeah.
All right, without much further ado, Miss Andy Rogers with Southwest Decision Resources is going to kick us off. And I will open up our presentation for us. And there you go.
Thank you. Gosh, Amy almost makes it sound like it's drum roll worthy. I hope we get there. So good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. We're so delighted to be here. My name is Andy Rogers, and I work for Southwest Decision Resources. My colleague, Carrie, will be delivering the other half of this presentation, so she will introduce herself in a minute. I'm trying to decide which screen to look at. All of them. So we will be discussing the Thorpe Park Annex. Amy's given us a great introduction to that. And really, we hope to cover the introduction of who we are. We've been partnered with Parks, Recreation, Open Space, and Events, as well as a group called Wheat Design out of Tucson, who did our landscape architecture, the beautiful pictures that you see. We'll talk about the goals and the approach. Really, the most part of this presentation will be really about the community engagement. I know several of you were able to make it to some of our in-person events, and we really feel proud of our engagement and look forward to your feedback. And then here we are. We have 2 draft concepts to present to you today, 1 and 1B. But before we get there, we'd like to really launch into what we've done over the past year to arrive where we are. So again, we work with pros, our beautiful city team, Rose, Amy, Rebecca, and Mark. It's been a pleasure this past year. It's a little sad that our contract's coming to an end. Wheat Design Company out of Tucson, here at the top, and then our team, Carrie Eberly, myself, Lisa Clark, and Jessica. So we're a team of facilitators, landscape architects, contracted, and our work is in Flagstaff. Carrie and I have both lived here for 15, 20, Seems like it happens faster every year. We work in Flagstaff, Tucson, in the Southwest and beyond. And our role really was to facilitate this broad community engagement and help design this robust plan for the annex parcel. So the goals. The goals were a community-supported design concept plan for approval in the fall. Here we are. And how? Through robust and transparent community dialogue across Flagstaff and beyond. As Amy mentioned, this is a regional park. People have come from all over to come to this beautiful park. Oh, before we go, I just want to orient you just a little bit. There's my arrow. So this is the annex parcel. It used to be the old public works yard, as you're aware. What remains on the site is this big, beautiful historical building, and then we have some indoor garage bays here, as well as the city sustainability office. There's also a small greenhouse that's hidden behind this particular ponderosa pine tree. And then Ruby Earth Gardens currently has a lease for gardens in the southern side. To the north is the pond. To the west are some ball fields. This is Flagstaff Junior Academy. And on the eastern side is Bonito Street. And on the southern side is Dale Street, just to orient you. So our approach and all the work that we do is to foster multiple methods. Not everyone communicates the same way at all. We always focus on inclusive, interactive, and iterative strategies. And what we mean by that is that each method builds upon the previous method to then refine our process moving forward. This is very important when you're trying to gauge who you're working with. Not everybody can show up to every single event as well, so you have to build upon what you hear. And there were several parts to this process. There was the listening and learning phase, the conversation and design phase, and the refinement and approval phase. And you can see here along the bottom that this took roughly a year for us to do. So I'm gonna be speaking about the listening and learning phase and just a bit into conversation and design, and then I'm gonna pass it over to Carrie. But really the listening and learning part was having these vested partner discussions first. This parcel has tremendous history from indigenous peoples long ago to neighborhoods, to local businesses. And so we really wanted to begin to understand what's the history, what are your thoughts? And so we had those interviews, and we also launched a community survey, and we also had virtual information sessions, and I'll go into those in just a minute. But really from that, we wanted to understand initial values, visions, and potential programming from really those that were most interested and invested in this piece of property. 2 design sessions, both on site. We'll talk a lot more about those. The second design session yielded 3 concepts that later built into the ones that you see today, and then a whole bunch about how we refined and are getting to this approval process. All right, so first, listening and learning. This took about 6 months, started in the fall, and we did 41 individual and sometimes group interviews to begin to understand this parcel. This included experts from city staff. This is the first time I'm seeing city manager in person. It's just from Zoom. Yes, you too. Water services, recreation, housing, a bunch of city staff were interviewed. We also talked to indigenous communities, local businesses, athletic groups, education groups, and a bunch of others. Again, 41 individual interviews. We have produced a summary of that, and in your report it says that is available. We also did some targeted presentations to these groups: Parks and Rec, the Indigenous Peoples Advisory Council, the Indigenous Commission, the Indigenous Circle of Flagstaff, and one with organized athletic groups that spanned multiple different types of interested sports groups. From that, we began to deduce initial visions and values, and this is what we learned. The nature and the natural area is really important. This initial interview set said that mixed use was really important. People really appreciated the central location of the annex in the Thorpe Park and this family-centered atmosphere. Potential programming that came up, and this isn't new, the discussion of the Indigenous Community and Cultural Center has been a discussion for a long time, but that led some of the potential programming efforts, a variety of sports courts such as pickleball, a relocated dog park because of the ice rink that it becomes in the winter, and additional community event space. Throughout the project, we've had a lot of outreach and engagement. We've had a Facebook page where we've done lots of posting. We've also had a project website that's been updated the whole time, as well as targeted email outreach. And those are still live, and there's lots of good stuff for you to look at there. Our listening and learning sessions were virtual. We held 2 of them, and they were recorded and posted to the website. We had over 200 registered participants for those, and really the goal behind that was to understand the history and the background of the parcel, understand city guiding policy, and really to understand the collaborative approach and to get to know us. We're a member of this community, and we really wanted to develop relationships as we moved forward. And then we also launched our first of 2 community surveys. This was launched using Google Forms because we could really embed beautiful pictures. It was open to all community members for 6 weeks, and we had over 1,000 responses. I think that's a lot. I'm seeing some nodding heads. That's great. If you look over here on the right, we kind of broke down the parcel just to begin to think about it, and asked questions like, again, to the community now, what do you value and what do you vision here, and what could you envision in these spaces? Again, iterative, many of these potential programming ideas had come from the previous assessment with those vested partners. Luckily, the values and visions were consistent with some of the initial discussions, but they also included walkability and bikeability, the central location, and angling opportunities at Francis Short Pond. So you can see these are fairly consistent with what we had begun to have discussions about. Developed recreation, central, indigenous history, things like that. And again, this is from 1,000 community survey participants. So when we took a look at the survey, we said, well, there are a few that are kind of stepping out. Those include, and these are in the sort of tan color, athletic courts, the community building, which to become the Indigenous Community Cultural Center, community event space, gardens, open air markets, outdoor amphitheater, and this performing arts space and pavilion. I also want to draw your attention to, why do I always have trouble finding it, to housing. So housing was included. We recognize that currently the space has Ordinance 425 on the space, which allows for parks, recreation, and museum, but the housing discussion has been robust throughout. So you see it did make the list, and I will say if you were able to come in person, it dominated much of the discussion in person. So I want to make sure that that's clear that, it was part of this discussion from the beginning. Conversations and design. We then moved to let's get people on the space. So the design session 1, we had people come. It was about 150 people that arrived. We wanted to get people to know the parcel, to walk around, and then we were able to work with our wonderful landscape architects to begin to build a park. So I'm going to talk about that next. So we held 2 design sessions. One was at the end of April, and one was in June. The first session, we invited people to walk around the park and again to build this park. So we had taken all the elements from all the learning we had done and then had our landscape architects work with building these pieces that the community could gather around and begin to build their park. As Amy said, this is 9 acres within 200, and so you can imagine the community, a lot of them wanted everything in one space. We also had lots of conversations about compatibility. What do you want there? What do you want your experience to be? We took that information to build and design to design session 2. So design session 1 had outdoor stations. We asked people to go out and experience it. What do you envision here? We reviewed the survey results with them, and then you can see down here, these are just little pieces, like little puzzle pieces that people were able to add to the empty park. And I'm going to leave you with these beautiful pictures as I transition to my colleague. But we had about 150 people come to this first event. We also had the pleasure of a couple food trucks there, and it had a really nice feeling to it. So thank you for your attention, and now Carrie will go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Carrie Eberly. I also work with Andy for Southwest Decision Resources. I'm very happy to be here this afternoon. Just to give you guys an overview of this first design session, as Andy mentioned, this was a really interactive way for people to build on what we had heard through the survey and the assessment. So as you can see in the lower right, people are putting those components on everything to scale a size of this parcel. So it really lended itself to people thinking about mixed use, thinking about what is essential, what am I willing to give up to get the thing that I want. So hopefully these pictures illustrate the vast and like the diverse people that came. We were lucky enough to be inside this tire-laden fleet building, and it was a great experience for people to really see what the parcel looked like and try to envision what the future could be. So out of this, gosh, how long was it? It was like a 3-hour event, many build-a-park stations. That was then distilled into 3 concepts. And these were taking what the community had put on these maps, things that people had said, and distilling it into 3 general concepts. Common across all 3 of these draft concepts was the ICCC, the importance of placing gardens and orchards on the property, community event space, performing art space, as well as the potential for open air markets. So now I'm going to go through, I'm going to try and be diligent and thorough. There's lots of words on these slides, so I'll just give you guys an overview. The first one was back to nature. This one really emphasized open air, less infrastructure, more green space. So as you can see, a multi-use lawn in the north, a hardscaped event space, which would allow for both smaller venues and larger venues. It really enhanced this ICCC concept, integrating traditional ceremonial space facing the east, recognizing the importance there, as well as an ethnobotanical garden to the south. There was ample hardscape event space, as I mentioned, for both the recognizing that there had been a desire for both small and large type opportunities for events. This really promoted revegetation in a lot of areas with buffers and multiple opportunities for community gardens and orchards. It integrated an outdoor classroom with the existing space near the sustainability building, which felt like compatible for those 2. And in the buffer, which is this space not directly inside the parcel, but to the west, this has a different component for each concept as well. This one was more kind of picnic in the pines, some trails, and some benches. So this was concept A, back to nature. The next one really had a higher emphasis on active recreation. This is family, fitness, and fun. So this was kind of intergenerational play as well. So as you can see, 6 pickleball courts in the northern portion, a larger play area here in the south, 3-on-3 half courts. When we see this right here, this 3-on-3 half courts, those were designed to be inside the garage bay. So not in lieu of, these were designed to be inside. This was also with the integration of a skate spot. Skate spots are designed to be smaller than a regular, what you think of when you think of a skate park. So, and then this one also integrated a half-mile fitness loop around the entirety of the parcel. In the buffer area for this one, the dog park with ramadas, this would be relocated dog park, not in addition to existing dog park. All right. So that one's family, fitness, and fun. All of these, as mentioned before, have an integration of that Indigenous community and cultural center. So that will be located in each of the concepts. All right. And lastly, we tried with the great work from our partners at We Design Group to come up with something for all, recognizing that's a really idealistic view, but we tried hard. This was a really multiple use focused. It has components that are both active and passive recreation. As you can see, pickleball courts are here again instead of 4 as opposed to 6. A play area as well. This one has a performance space in the form of an amphitheater. There's a market walkway around the Indigenous Community Cultural Center with traditional ceremonial space as well to the east. A pollinator garden along this path that kind of winds through. a community garden, a full skate park, and this one also integrated 7 units of employee housing. The buffer on this one was the integration of a pump track within this area to the west. So that was the attempt at getting something for all. So when we were thinking about what design session number 2 would be, it would be really presenting these 3 concepts, as I've done here, to the broader community and getting robust feedback on those. So what we did was we asked everybody to come back to the parcel to review these 3 concepts and to rate them. Everybody got a data sheet. They were asked to rate them on this scale of, I absolutely cannot imagine this being on this parcel, to I absolutely love this, with open-ended questions to provide feedback on what would you change or why did you like it. So as you can see here, we had another intergenerational participation, which was wonderful. This gives you a preview of what those data sheets look like. And again, we had the opportunity for people to be outside and inside, recognizing that having the maps inside would be most helpful. So following that, at the same date that we did that, which was in June, we launched an online survey through the community forum through the city of Flagstaff with the exact replica of that data sheet that people had in their hands at the event, but that they could fill out online. Again, recognizing not everybody can take the time on a Saturday to come to an event. Some people want to take more time and look at the design, zoom in, zoom out, take their time with an online survey. So we put that together. It was open to all community members. Hopefully all of you who were signed up on the community forum received that email letting you know that survey was online. It was open for 5 weeks, and we got an additional 631 responses. So that was, this kind of sequential of the ways in which we engage the community that gets us to this refinement and approval, right? Why we're here tonight, why we're presenting this to you. So here we are. Because we had 631 responses online, really talking about how much people liked it on a scale of 1 to 5, can't handle it, absolutely love it. We were able to use the wonderful services of one of our colleagues here in town to do some refinement of the data and some coding. And then that led us to giving that input with discussions from the city, as well as combining it with everything that we had heard prior to come up with 2 concepts, Concept 1 and Concept 1B. So we utilized coding data that was, and subsequent synthesis. So recognizing that not everyone fills out surveys the same, open-ended questions take a lot of data analysis. So there were over 1,400 open-ended questions or answers that needed to be refined into, I like this, but which concept is that associated with? Which element on the concept is that associated with? So we had some time to grind through that data, both as an internal SDR team and with our planning team, with Wheat Design Group and with the city, and we have coding outputs and reports that are available should people want them. So regarding the final concepts that you are going to see tonight, the elements that are common to both final concepts are a community garden, ethno-botanical garden and orchard, an event space, a fitness loop, the ICCC and associated ceremonial space, market space, pickleball courts, a play area, and an integrated skate park and pump track. Now's the drum roll, right? Okay, so this is the final concept. This is concept 1, and I just want to make sure, I wrote down some notes, so I want to make sure that I get everything right on here. Because I tend to talk fast, and I don't want to breeze over anything. It's important to note that, that in the previous concepts, as well as this concept, there is an integration of the new potential Foots Trail alignment to the north, with access points to the north, as you can see. There's different kinds of paths throughout this concept. They range from a 5-foot path, which is what you can see inside the dog park, relocated dog park in the buffer. Then there's a 10-foot path, which you can see as the fitness loop on the exterior, and a 15-foot path, which is this Market Way path on the north and to the west of the Indigenous Community and Cultural Center. There was overwhelming support for the Indigenous Community and Cultural Center and associated ceremonial space. So I'm going to start going through this and highlighting it as I go. There was a buffer created on the east side trying to buffer that ceremonial space from Bonito Street, recognizing that noise could be an issue. And then there was the integration of the ethnobotanical garden path and orchard surrounding that Indigenous Cultural and Community Center as well. So trying to keep that a more natural type environment surrounding that building. Ample parking to the south, recognizing with more amenities, more people will be visiting, there's a need for more parking. A play area, and we really tried to integrate what some of those components from that back to nature, where there's lots of vegetation, recognizing the placement of these particular green trees is not necessarily going to be exactly where they're placed when you all get to implementation, right? This is an integrated skate park and pump track. Community gardens close to the Office of Sustainability. Again, those indoor half-court basketball courts inside of that building. This is the relocated Thorpe Bark Park, so not a duplication, but a moving of the existing one. 6 north-facing, south-facing pickleball courts with associated parking to the north. And an indoor-outdoor flexible event space. So here, this one, not as hardscaped. There was recognition that people really liked the idea of an indoor-outdoor event space, but with maybe a little bit less infrastructure and a little bit smaller in size than the original concepts. And so that wraps up concept 1. Hopefully, everybody could digest that. Okay, concept 1B, exactly the same in every component, with the exception of the southeastern corner having city employee housing in lieu of 55 parking stalls. It would have city employee housing and 23 parking stalls. And that's it. Totally. Concept 1.
Do it really quick.
There you go. Great. So hopefully that gave you guys an idea of all the iterations of community engagement that it took us to get here, how we got at this final design. And this is kind of, where we open it up for you all to ask questions of us, about the city. Hopefully Wheat Design Group, yep, Laura is still on the line. And our colleague Jessica, who helped with a lot of the data information. We'd love to field any questions or any discussion items that you have about how we got here.
Thank you. We do have a number of public participants, so before we get into the questions and discussion from council, I'd like to take them first. So, all right, let's start with Rose Hoke.
Hi, everybody. I know you've seen me here on this issue a couple times. Wow, it's been a long time coming, 10 plus years, according to my little stash of notes on this. It's amazing we've gotten this far. I'm really pleased about that. And first of all, thanks to you for an amazing process, all of you. And 10 years, things change. The word prose is now in my vocabulary, which I like a lot. Okay, I got 3 minutes, right? Okay, I'm gonna try to make this quick. The only, I totally supported the public portion of this activity at this stage. We had to do this. Thorpe Park belongs to everyone, not just to me, not just to our neighborhood. But because I do live in the neighborhood and really close to this park, the evolution of this whole process had to happen. You know, it had to happen. We had to go from medium to high density, which was, it was going to be sold for medium to high density, to showing, oh no, this is part of Thorpe Park, golly. So we got to treat it like a park. So that's where all this is falling out. Let me just say, the big thing I want to say tonight, I think there is way too much active in this concept. It's way heavy on active, not very much on passive. 77 parking spaces doesn't get us to carbon neutrality, and it sure as heck isn't going to work real good on Little Aztec and Mogollon streets. Right now, people are using Aztec. It was repaved with no sidewalks, going to the pond, going to the new little parking area that was over by the fields. We have a small neighborhood, close houses, small streets, cannot take the kind of traffic that this kind of concept would lead to. There are things like a relocated dog park I have to really ask about why. I know there's drainage problems at the existing one, but it's a good space, it's fenced. Can't we just fix it? Skate park, maybe. I'm not saying no active, but I'm saying this concept is way too heavy on active. It does not fit with walkability and bikeability in my mind at all, and I walk and bike that stretch all the time. There's a token little small garden space. I wonder from the picture what we're going to be looking at for tree cutting, because there's some clumps of really big pondos on there. We are already event heavy in Thorpe Park. We have ball games 6 months, 8 months of the year. We have tournaments, we have snowplay now, we have pride festivals in the summer. There's so much about this that I have questions about the traffic analysis. I have questions about how much it's going to cost. And compatibility, we have to make this little 8.5 acres compatible with where it's located. Thank you.
Chris Jocks?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, everybody, and thanks for all of your diligent work trying to listen to our community. All the many people in our community have to be quick because I have 3 minutes. Of course, Indigenous Circle of Flagstaff, whom I am a participant in, is pleased that the Indigenous Community Cultural Center has sailed through this process. I will say, however, that I am very concerned with the number, how many things have been packed into this plan. It almost seems to me as an attempt to please absolutely everybody. It most closely resembled the second of the 3 options that, that we were looking at before, the family, fitness, and fun. I will say further that the Indigenous people that I know here in Flagstaff and my relatives and my friends, we've never thought of the ICCC as something that is ours, that we need to compete with other interests. That's how these processes end up becoming, a kind of a competition of interests. To us, the ICCC will benefit everybody in Flagstaff. It is for everyone, even though it has as part of its, a significant part of its purpose to be a place of home for our Indigenous relatives in town. We are thinking of it in terms of reconciliation, but that reconciliation has to be based, as far as we're concerned, on reconciliation with the earth, with the flora and fauna, with the place that it's located in. That's a hard thing to pick up in public surveys. Who is speaking for, who is listening to the land itself, the plants, the animals, the pond here? Where are their interests represented here? I'm pretty sure that if their interests were represented here, we would see much less of the active, noisy stuff going on here. There are other places that can be put. Aspects of this plan, honestly, break my heart. The ICCC, I think, will survive. Nobody else had the nerve to say, we will make sure that thing gets built. And it will be a beautiful thing, but it will be a lot less beautiful if it's kind of sectioned off in one little piece with a lot of noisy stuff going on around it. And I'm sorry, that's how I see it. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Robert Brunig. Oh, sorry, Robert Brunig was next.
Oh, sorry.
Yep, you're actually right after it, Reverend.
Well, good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council, city staff, consultants, and fellow citizens. I wanted to speak tonight about this Thorpe Park Annex project. First, let me say I am absolutely thrilled that the Indigenous Cultural Center, Community and Cultural Center is included in the final version of this plan. It has been a long time coming. I've heard many Indigenous people say to me they don't find Flagstaff to be a particularly welcoming place. And I think this facility will go a long way towards addressing that and providing a home for the Indigenous community here right in the heart of Flagstaff and close to Kinlani Dorms. Now, as for the rest of the plan, I have to admit some disappointment. I had hoped to see more of nature in this plan. And even though I heard reference to nature as a value, I don't see much of it in the final version of the plan. I see a lot of grass, turf that has to be watered, but not native grasses and wildflowers, native trees. I don't see bringing the natural world back into the city, back into the park. And I've encouraged all of us to think about getting the youth of our community involved in restoration activities, restoration ecology, or what John Taylor of Terra Birds calls reconciliation ecology, where the human community and the natural community come back together. And that's what I'd like to see happen in this park. I also think it fits the theme of reconciliation with the Indigenous community. So those are my fundamental comments. I'm not against anything, but I'd like to see more nature, more native plants, more wildflowers, and a more of an effort to have a real vision that feels like Flagstaff for this park, rather than something that seems kind of like a mishmash of every element that we could think of, we could sneak into this plan. Those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert. Reverend Janetta. Reverend Janetta Bowman.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I'm Janetta Beaumont, and I serve as a deacon at Epiphany Church, the Episcopal Church of Epiphany in Flagstaff. Our congregation is committed to work alongside Indigenous peoples to promote things that will help to grow their culture, to honor the Indigenous peoples that live among us. I am in favor of the Cultural Center, and our community commits to working alongside Indigenous people to promote more of their culture, more of their interests, and more of the community learning about Indigenous peoples among us. So I am in favor of that, and our congregation will work toward helping them to bring about the things that are important to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend. Elizabeth Vichok.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for listening to me, and thanks for all your work. I know you guys put so much time and energy into this, and it's complicated and hard, and I get that. I lease the parcel, that's the agricultural incubator, that's just adjacent to the 8 acres. And initially going into this, I was concerned about hardscapes being just north of us so that we would be downstream of that. And it looks like from the concept that we have right now that we will be directly below the skate park. And also I know that the dog park is a little bit farther away, but that is a lot of dog waste that I'm concerned about washing down in big rains down into our land. We've been leasing that for 3 to 4 years, and just this year alone put $1,000 of compost onto that land, and it's really producing now in terms of like the soil's in a place to just keep producing, I would say, for the next 7, 10 years in a really good way. We worked hard to get that to where it is, and so I would like us to somehow problem solve that if we can. And maybe there's already ideas that you have in place around runoff. I do know that there's some, in a smaller rain, might not be a big issue. Even with the skate park, just all the garbage that can accumulate and run off. So that's, and I was gonna say regarding the orchard, which is, my dream, my vision, I feel like this is a moment for us to be bold, to be innovative, and to really look at the decisions we're making around climate change mitigation. This is a perfect scenario where we can make some really amazing decisions around water catchment into the soil, less, hardscapes, more permeable space to capture water into the soil, food production within city limits. So the orchard, unfortunately, I just think the space isn't large enough for a real orchard. So the minimum I would see is maybe 3/4 of an acre. I know that's a lot, and there's a lot of people there, that want different things. But if you have mature fruit trees, like on an acre, you can get maybe 10 to 12. So just really thinking through the reality of, are we gonna actually call that an orchard or just throw in some apple trees? I'm open to talk this through with anyone that wants more of my opinion on it. That would be wonderful, and I just wanna thank you all for considering it.
Thank you. Darrell Marks.
Good evening. So I want to make sure that, one, I appreciate the comments that were stated earlier about the significance of the Community Cultural Center. Also, making sure that we're mentioning our youth, our young people. There needs to be more intention, right, put forward. I've had the opportunity with my work that I have up at the high school to sit down with some of those residents that live in the Katlani Bordertown dormitory, which on average can house up to about 120 Native American students. So that they are connected to the space. This is one of the routes that they go home to, right? When they're coming to the high school, or vice versa, when they're leaving the high school and going back to home, to the dorm. And when they had an opportunity to see this plan and have conversation about it, they expressed a few concerns. One of the things is that, again, they agreed that there was a lot happening there. And they were worried about how that would affect their commute. It's already hard enough for some of those students when they're walking to and from the dorm, because there's still people in the community or that will drive through the community. And I don't know if that's people traveling into Flagstaff, people who are living in the neighborhood, but they'll berate those students. Some of the students have been assaulted in that space between the high school and the dorm. And so when they got to see this plan and see how busy it was, they were elated, but they were also concerned. And I think that, the conversations about adding more green, keeping it Flagstaff. I love those statements, because when we're thinking about the space, not only of the animals and the plants that exist in the space and recognizing that that's home for them too, that these young people who are going to inherit whatever choices we make, right, as they become residents, permanent residents here in Flagstaff, and continue to see their peers come through the dorm and witness this space, that we have an opportunity to honor and recognize some of the history that's in that space. The different communities that have been moved in and out of those spaces that is now the Thorpe Park. And looking at the history of Indigenous people and what with the city, I'm grateful that there's an opportunity like the cultural center and the ceremonial space for those voices, those heartbeats to come home. So thank you.
Thank you, Daryl. Councilmember Shimoni. Daryl, Councilmember Shimoni has a question for you, if you don't mind.
Daryl, I did have a quick follow-up for you. You know, being the liaison to the Indigenous Commission,
Yes.
You and others did speak about the youth and your direct experience with them, and I just wanted to give you an opportunity to speak more. My understanding from that meeting and from you was that the youth preferred concept 1 versus 1B with the housing, and personally, I struggle with that, but I wanted just to give you an opportunity to explain why the youth shared with you that they were opposed to the housing, just
Certainly.
to share with the council.
Yes. So when the youth saw the plan with the housing, many of them asked, who's going to be living there? When I clarified from what I understood that it was city employee housing, they said, well, now it feels too crowded. And one of the things that came out from the discussion that the youth had around the space is knowing traditional ceremony, there's volume. And they were worried that people would complain about the noise that would come from ceremony, that would come from a gathering. And it gave them more caution to support the plan entirely because of how close that would be to cultural spaces. And I know that they're speaking from experience, and also recognizing the history that's happened in the space. We know that Thorpe Park was one of the first places that our Indigenous people came together and celebrated in the annual powwow that the city once supported and sponsored. And yeah, they know the history of that powwow being kicked out because of noise. And so they're cautious. We know that even the students who organized the annual powwow that took place, that was organized by the young people at the high school. After that powwow was kicked out of that space and removed and pushed even further and further out of Flagstaff, the young people from the dormitory, the young people from the high school, the Native American students, felt the need to bring that back. And so we have the powwow held, and it's moving into its 43rd year at Flagstaff High School, but there's always concerns from the community about noise, traffic, and the communities that it brings. And so when the students saw all of the different proposed projects, I know that they were excited about the basketball court because, right, that gives them an opportunity to participate in that. But they were worried about other houses kind of encroaching on that space. And they were worried about, the crowds that pickleball brings. And just the different people that they encounter and them finding their ways, back to the dorm. They have to kind of go out of their way to avoid people so that they don't, get mistreated. And so I know that they're looking out for one another when they think about what's happening in that space and wanting to be able to celebrate their own culture and identity, but know that it's going to come with challenges. Is that helpful?
Very, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for explaining. We have one more, and then we'll go to the 2 online participants. Vicky Blackgoat.
Good afternoon. I just wanted to input into the plans. I feel that sorry, I've been losing my voice lately. I feel that the Indigenous community has long roots, deep roots in this area. This region used to be an old trading route, and a meeting place where people could meet from different regions and different areas. I feel like when I input into the meetings, the planning meetings, I had envisioned a place to share stories, a place to gather. So a gathering space that was quiet, where education can take place, where information about cultures can be passed on, a place where one could contemplate if they wanted, and the space being natural. So when I see such a small space being given to a community garden, I wonder if that community garden is envisioned to be planned for like an area that can support a garden in such a small space. I mean, we're in the Southwest. We need to make accommodations for the gardens that we hold here. We need a larger space for gardening. I saw on one plan a very small space that was set aside for a pollinator garden. We need to be much more generous in the space that we assign our plant relatives. A botanical, an ethnobotanical garden path, an orchard. How many trees can you actually plant on a trail like that? You need more space. You need to give more space to our tree relatives in order for them to provide and give their bounty.
Ms. Blackcoat, if you'd like to speak more about that space, please continue.
And my last thing I wanted to just say is I'm feeling marginalized again. I've long been on the margins, and my people have been long marginalized, and I just feel like you're throwing us in as a mishmash, just a pot of miscellaneous activities that don't fit anywhere else or can't be accommodated anywhere else in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shimoni has a question.
Vicki, I do have a question for you. It's good to see you, and thank you for being here and sharing your public comment. I'm curious to hear more about your thoughts as to what a more balanced approach might look like in your eyes. Like, what is that happy medium that, helps support that active community, including our indigenous youth? Obviously, basketball and maybe even the skate park would be a benefit to them. But what is it? Is there any more detail that you can share with us that you might have that might make this feel more balanced to you?
More thought given to garden space and growing living plants that is a little more generous and a little more expansive. I mean, again, we're in the Southwest, and we need to take into account that we don't get as much water as other parts of the country might. And we need to give a little more space for our plant relatives. I place high on my set of priorities work with the youth, but I'd like that work to be able to take place in a space that is quiet, that is accommodating, that is natural. A space where we can teach our youth and hand our knowledge to youth in a space that is quiet and that is conducive to learning. And it just seems like it's going to be noisy, not only from the traffic, foot traffic, game traffic. I have nothing against games and such, but I was really envisioning this space to be a place where we could share with our neighbors and teach and share. And that's much more of a contemplative, meditative space in my mind. Does that answer your question?
I think so. I appreciate that. You know, yeah, it's tough, right? Because it's like, what do you take off? Because everything, you know, I'm thinking, okay, noisy. That probably means pickleball, skate park, you know, things like that are maybe more noisy. But then you're gonna upset all these people that want that. But no, that helps. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Vicki. With that, we will move on to the online participants.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually do have 3 online participants. So we're going to go ahead and start with Travis Pinn. Travis, you can go ahead and unmute and give your comments now.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Travis Pinn. I'm a resident of Flagstaff. I'm a member of Indigenous Circle of Flagstaff. And I wanted to express my gratitude to the City Council for the support of the ICCC as part of this project to revamp the Thorpe Annex. And I also really want to express my support for everything that Daryl, Vicki, Chris, and Robert have said. I'm very much looking forward to Indigenous people having a space in the city, which has been a long time coming, like Robert said. I know ICF is ready to take on the challenge of managing the center and bringing Indigenous and non-Indigenous communities together to share and learn. I'm also here to express my support to maintain the parking space for the ICCC and the general park area. I'm very much in support of adding housing units for the city staff in the city. I ask that you do not cut the ICC parking lot in half to do this. I believe there are locations, including the ice-prone dog park, where such housing might be added instead. I believe the proposal would not provide enough housing for city staff, but would encroach on the space needed to provide great programming at the ICCC. I wanted to point out that when large events occur at the center, such as potentially powwows, many participants will be coming from the Navajo Nation and other reservations. Many participants will be traveling by vehicle to the center and not by bicycle or foot. I want to suggest that because the Benito Street Garden is across the street from the annex, that the portion of the plan designated for a community garden should be expanded to a youth market farm. I agree that with Vicki that the space for plant relatives should be expanded in the plan. There is a well-funded organization in town that is ready to partner with the Indigenous Circle of Flagstaffs in hopes of providing farming and gardening program for the youth of the youth residents of the Kintlani dorm. They are currently on the lookout for a location to establish a farm near the Kintlani dorm. So this location at the Thorpe Annex would be really ideal for this goal. And they are seeking to grow Indigenous foods to support the Kintlani dorm and to support the local economy through market events. Finally, I just want to offer a general suggestion that the farming capabilities and the natural land around the Thorpe Annex be considered paramount in future planning and decisions. While I appreciate the need to satisfy many constituents with this type of facility and spaces, I'm fearful that the land itself and what it represents to Indigenous people may be overlooked, undermined, or overwhelmed by all that has been proposed. I ask that you remember the importance of the land itself to Indigenous people, in addition to your efforts to help establish the ICCC. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next public participant, please.
Mayor, our next public participant is Joe Washington. Joe, you can go ahead and unmute and offer your comments now.
Yes, thank you, and thank you, Mayor and Council. I have lived in Flagstaff for 46 years and have seen many changes in Flagstaff. A very positive change was with the adoption of a land development code that de-emphasized, that tried to avoid clear cutting and allowed plants and vegetation. And that is, I think, something that is important in in the Thorpe Annex area to preserve. Just as a personal thing, I'm very glad that there was, for example, in parking lots, that there's a requirement that vegetation be put back. And it's just nice to walk through a parking lot and have the trees and so on, and to see the change of colors in the fall. It's just a really wonderful experience. There is a relationship between Indigenous people, and you've heard this in the Indigenous voices that you've heard, my brothers and sisters who have made comments. It's very important that there's actually a kinship between Indigenous people and flora and fauna, and it's very, very important. And as a personal kind of story, I walked into a plant nursery in Flagstaff one time, and the minute I walked through the doors and inside, I was completely overwhelmed by this feeling of well-being that came from the plants. And I didn't realize it, but I was smiling. But I did notice as I walked through the building among the plants and people that I engaged, they smiled at me. And then I was wondering, all these people are smiling at me. And then I realized that I was smiling and that was what was taking place. But there's this feeling, this important feeling, this kinship, this relationship that people can have with plants. And so I would urge that as much vegetation be there as possible. I'm glad for what was put in. I'm glad for the Indigenous Community Cultural Center. But I do urge that as much vegetation be placed into this plan as possible.
Thank you, Joe.
Mayor, our last speaker is Tyler. Tyler, you can go ahead and unmute and offer your comments.
Hi, council members. This is Tyler. I'm calling to support the city employee housing that is outlined in version 1B.
Sorry, Tyler, one sec. Could we turn up the volume a bit? It's kind of hard to hear, and restart it.
Tyler, would it be possible for you to turn up the microphone volume on your end? We have it maxed out here.
Thank you.
Okay, I can press it against my face. Is that better?
There you go. A little bit.
Okay. Sorry for that. Hi, I'm calling to support the city employee housing that is outlined in version 1B. Creating a bit of parking for housing is an easy win for many different goals. It helps address Flagstaff's housing affordability crisis. It will help address the backlog of unfilled city positions, which are in part due to the high cost of housing. It makes it difficult to hire people here, city employees. And by cutting down the amount of parking, I believe you will address many of the citizens' concerns around noise and traffic, as it will push visitors to find alternative transportation methods to the park. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Tyler. And that's our last public participant?
Yes, Mayor, it is.
Well, at this point, we have been going for 2 hours and 20 minutes. I think this might be a good time for a short break for council. We can digest a little bit of what we've heard today, or through public participation, and be back here in, let's say, 18 minutes, so 5:35. I think we have a lot to roll around in our heads and really think about as we consider these plans. So thank you. Be back at 5:35. Shimoni will be joining us in a minute. Just tapping in upstairs right now. All right. Well, with that, I'd like to invite questions from council regarding the concept plans of the Thorpe Park Annex. Councilmember Aslan.
Thank you. I'd love to kick us off here with a question. I want to really drill in on this dog park concept, where that came from, why we need to move the dog park, why it occupies such a large percentage of the space that's available in this concept plan.
I'm happy to attempt to answer that. So it did come up in discussions at a couple of our community engagements because the existing Thorpe Bark Park is constructed in a drainage area. Not the most ideal. It does become unsafe during the winter time for the patrons, including the animals, where it becomes the icy dam, the ice bowls up, there's no good way to get it out of there. So it was a suggestion, I'm assuming from some Bark Park patronage, as well as maybe other community members on a relocation. And with that relocation, an idea from the park section would be if that was a successful item to add to the Thorpe Park Annex, then I think the existing Bark Park could easily become parking stalls, which are more conducive to what we have going on there with the active recreation with 4 softball fields, many tournaments, the disc golf course across Thorpe Road.
The other thing I would add there is that there was a lot of wishes from especially the indigenous community about maintaining trees. And so in terms of that particular element, it would be compatible with leaving trees.
Yeah, I sensed that. That seemed pretty intuitive to me, that a big part of this, that forested area, we would want to maintain as much as possible. I do have some thoughts on how to put these puzzle pieces together in a slightly different way that may get us further, but I'm interested in hearing other questions and comments from council first.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember House.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation, and especially thank you to those that came out tonight and gave some comments. This has been a very interesting and powerful conversation. I think last week, one of the things that I shared was just, sensing the theme of unity in the conversation that we had. And tonight, in this conversation, the key things that have really stood out have been that message of reconciliation and healing, and looking at how we can bring that to this space in a meaningful way. I wonder, as we just think about the fact that, we've adopted a land acknowledgement, we've made that step towards or in the reconciliation process, and this seems like an opportunity for real land action in terms of how we can make best use of this space. To that end, my comments have changed from what they were going to be initially, just from the conversation and particularly the comments that were made. I do still have the question of, and I reached out to some city staff earlier today to ask about the engagement of, in particular, the Housing Commission. I understand and I appreciate, Andy, you noting in your presentation that housing was part of the discussion from the beginning. And I wish that the Housing Commission could have been engaged sooner in this, but I understand the process that went into it, and I know that it's going to be brought back to them on Thursday of this week. So I guess my only question there, sorry, I've gone on, but is maybe what has led to the placement of the housing? I know that there were some conversations about the use of the space and maybe some zoning issues, but if you can talk about why it's designated in that spot, and maybe if there are other alternative locations for it, or potentials to build that into the plan a little bit differently.
Absolutely. So the concept plan 1B indicates the city employee housing there along Dale Avenue and Bonito. There are existing utilities, so infrastructure, so that sewer and potable water. There is not all of that in Aztec Road. That was the roadway going up toward the Francis Short Duck Pond. That was the clear indicator for us, Councilmember House, on location for that suggestion.
I will add, in our conversations, when we did our key partner interviews with city staff at the beginning of the process, we did have conversations with folks from the housing department. And that location, when talking about this parcel, was also brought up as like the quote unquote, what made most sense.
Mayor?
Thank you.
Would
Yes.
you mind, Councilmember House, I want to make sure that we fully answer your questions and make sure that everyone understands kind of how housing came about. It's a little bit of so it wasn't a clear consensus in our public engagement process, which is why we're kind of bringing it to you as it's the same plan, but one with housing and one without. One thing that we considered is that given the community engagement and the consensus, or the lack thereof among the public comments that we received and coded, we felt that this really comes down to a policy decision. And then, of course, wanted to have this conversation with the council to make sure that you understand and remember all the restrictions that go along with, if we want to pursue housing on this parcel or frankly anywhere within Thorpe Park area. We have the ordinance 425. We also have, as I included in the staff summary, or as I added to Amy's staff summary, I should say, that we have grant funds that were awarded to this park area, land and water conservation funds. Those are federal funds passed through the state. Back in the 70s and 80s, we got substantial funding through that funding source to build the Thorpe Park ball fields and other amenities in the area. That requires that the land that was included in that plan, which included the city shop, to be maintained that way in perpetuity. There is, I believe, a conversion conversation or process that we can have with the state land department and state parks about changing that. I think that they would be happy to see that a city shop is being converted more towards park and recreation purposes instead of public works maintenance. Whether they will agree to housing is still to be determined. That would be some of the next steps that city staff would start if the council chooses, gives us that direction. So I just wanted to take that moment to explain all of that for you as you continue your discussion.
I appreciate that clarification, and I think it's important because I know that was part of the conversation going into it, that there are some complexities to considering housing for this area. I do think that with a publicly declared housing emergency, we have to look at what are options for housing in every project that we do. But I do think and agree with you that it's really important to know those sort of special things that we're coming up against and challenges that we face. So thanks for that clarification.
That's exactly why we included it.
Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, thank you, Mayor. First off, I want to say I'm generally supportive of the work that's been done and the plans that have been presented, although I do have a couple comments. As far as housing, when I was on council a few years ago, before most of you were here, we had a discussion about housing, but I think at that point the intent was to put a lot of housing up there, and that was rejected by council. As far as this proposal, I think this is a good compromise. It provides a certain amount of housing. Incidentally, how many units do you think we can put on there?
We think this would fit 7 units.
Okay, so that's pretty minimal. I mean, it's too bad we can't get a few more, but I think the bottom line is I do support a minimal, that amount of housing, and I think that's a good compromise, and it makes sense. Enough said. I think in general turf should be limited. I mean, it wastes water, it's artificial, and I kind of like the idea of having more of a natural feel to the whole thing, be that butterfly gardens or whatever, or vegetable gardens or whatever. I want to talk about the pickleball courts. When I first saw that, I thought that's a great idea. A lot of people want pickleball courts. Let's do it. Well, as the council knows, and I'll probably get a chuckle out of this, I've been working on noise issues for the last few weeks. And just this last week, I was talking to our consultants, MD Acoustics, and they just brought up, I didn't bring it up, they brought it up. They said that they're getting a lot of business trying to mitigate pickleball noise. The pang, the pang, the pang, the pang, the pang, the pang. It drives people crazy. And my concern, my first thought is, you know what? They've got the pickleball courts up towards the north. There's no houses up there. The dog park's on the left, the west. So that's good. But tonight, as I listened to the support for the Indigenous Center, I'm thinking that pang, pang, pang noise is really completely incompatible with the things that we've heard people in the audience tonight say that they want to do there, that they want to communicate, they want to educate the youth. And it's almost like a spiritual thing. And that pang, 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 I think will be completely inappropriate. And that noise will go into the building. So, and I'll admit, basketball has somewhat of the same effect, but apparently pickleball is a very big problem across the United States. So I would suggest that we get rid of the pickleball courts and use that space to do some of the things that the audience talked about tonight, making it more nature-oriented, et cetera. So, and I don't know what the rest of the council thinks about that. Maybe we can find a better place for pickleball courts, but right next to this Indigenous Center, I think it's going to be a problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. First off, I just want to say you did a great job on your public outreach. I was able to attend the in-person, and the time and meticulous efforts you made really paid off, so thank you on that. I have been long awaiting this conversation and very excited to see the ICCC coming to fruition here. And I do think there can be maybe a little bit better of a balanced approach. And a lot was talked about with the garden and the orchard and the plants. And I'm just wondering if we can incorporate that in here intentionally as a sound barrier to some of the noise that might be created in the other arenas. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Actually, if I can reach out to a lifeline, we do have Wheat Design. Maybe? She may not be on any longer. Actually, she may not be able to speak either. She is not online anymore. All right, I'm going to shoot from the hip on this one.
We got your back.
We got your back, thank you. So, yeah, agree with you, Vice Mayor. There, as you can see around the active locations, we did try to implement some buffer zones there. Maybe it's not enough. I think the biggest overarching thing to remember is this is concept design, and that's really it. It doesn't have those finer details yet. Those are the finer details, though, that we do need discussed tonight without a doubt, so I appreciate that being brought up. And what tweaks can we make to this? And in hearing all voices this evening, what can we do to make this a stronger concept drawing as a result? That's really one of our goals this evening. So do appreciate that. Right now, what would be shown around, say, the pickleball courts or around a little bit around the indoor basketball courts are more of a tree than anything, which can provide some buffer, not all the buffer that's possible, though, with a community garden or an orchard.
And also, Laura's not here, but they they can really do anything. So that can, I mean, that's what landscape architects do. So there's, I think, multiple ways to build buffers. This is just simply showing trees, but I think there's a lot of flexibility in terms of whether the pickleball courts stay there or some sort of vegetative buffer.
I would encourage you to keep exploring how to, keep that balanced approach, bring the noise level down, and with you all on the team, I know we can do it. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Andy, Carrie, and Amy, and team. This has been a long time coming, and I think you all have done a really good job, and I'm grateful for that. I think the plan really does try to accommodate all the different needs, and I think you all have done a really good job at doing your best at that. And I think bringing it to the council at this point is appropriate for how to move forward, given the competing interests and the concerns, especially those that have been raised tonight. So a couple comments and a couple questions. I know I've shared this with you, but I'm going to do this again. It'd be great to incorporate outdoor workout facilities. We have those at Buffalo Park and in Israel, where I'm from. They're everywhere, and they're really wonderful. So if we can accommodate that here, council, I think that that's not a big cost, but it goes a long way in terms of accessibility to exercise equipment. Along with bicycle repair stands, at least one of them. Super cheap, really easy to do, empowering, and it's really supportive of people. I'm wondering with the dog park, are we able to scoot that down on this map to create space in that top corner to maybe relocate the pickleball into that corner?
I think it's possible. I think we would lose some of our treed area there.
Okay, so something just to consider, because I'm leaning towards Councilmember McCarthy's comments about the concern about the sound, and I'm just trying to figure out a way to make everybody happy. So if we could put those pickleball courts in the corner, I think that could go a long way. I see that there's also like a little bit of buffer between the pickleball courts within the courts itself. I'd be curious what crammed 6 courts might look like, where they're just really close, adjacent, but yet enough space to play. My understanding in speaking to folks that play pickleball is 6 courts is really ideally the minimum to allow for tournament play and round robin kind of competition. So I do wonder what 6 courts in the most crammed but yet appropriate fashion might look like, and yet the furthest away from the cultural center. So something to think about and look into. And then in regards to housing, yeah, I'm glad to hear that this is going before the Housing Commission. I'm really curious to hear how that goes. I'm wondering, in addition to the questions that Councilmember House brought up, so are there any other locations on this map that housing would be appropriate, where it does have access to facilities or infrastructure, or is this the only spot that housing is really appropriate?
I love how they scatter when I walk up. Keeping in mind that the restrictions that we have on housing, the ordinance and the grant funding applies to all of Thorpe Park. So this is a problem that was identified when housing was considering a parcel of Thorpe Park, but north of the existing multi-purpose fields, which is further north of this area. So within Thorpe Park, it's a challenge no matter where we try to put it. The reason it landed here, as Amy said, is because utilities are nearby. The infrastructure is there. There's already housing nearby. It makes sense to add like to like. Putting it along some of these other areas, or even a suggestion earlier tonight, was to maybe put it where the existing dog park is. Maybe we could put housing where the existing dog park is if we relocate it to here. That would also be challenging. It's right on Thorpe Road, would probably take up more than the space of the dog park, has drainage problems. We could certainly look into that. I do want to be clear, my time with the Housing Commission on Thursday is just going to be very brief to give them an update on this conversation with City Council. It's basically a public participation item. if they'd like to have me back to talk more in detail, that will be in December. So I just want to manage that expectation as well, because their agenda this week is very full.
And you knowing the timeline better than I do with this project, would it hurt, or the timeline, if we did have this come before the Housing Commission more in December, I think you said?
I'm absolutely happy to do that. In terms of this timeline, we really wanted to bring this back to this council. We have it scheduled for adoption of a final concept plan on November 15th.
I hear you. Personally, Mayor and Council, I don't necessarily feel like this needs to come back to us, just for the sake of doing a really good job here. I'd rather us take the time we need. But if others feel differently, then of course I'd love to work on this and see this through, but I'd also like to make sure that we really do the best we can to do the right thing. And so going before the Housing Commission is something I do see a lot of value in and would support, even if it's at the cost of not coming back before this council. I do have faith in the future council. And then, Rebecca, in terms of housing on this particular parcel, like, would putting housing, let's say, in that bottom left corner, would they still have access to utilities there, or is it only in the corner that is currently being proposed that there's utility access?
I'm actually going to turn to Amy, who's more familiar with the utilities in this area, but I think she explained that Aztec has less availability. Is that right?
It does, that's correct. There is just reclaimed water main down Aztec. That's a lot of what waters Thorpe Park, 4 parks. Along Benito, we would have potable water, sewer, and on site, we have potable water and sewer from when the city shops existed there, but not much of that exists down where, are you referencing, Councilmember Shimoni, where the skate track, pump track is?
Yes.
There are no utilities there.
Okay, that's helpful. And Amy, have we had any conversations with the Town Site Community Land Trust or Habitat in regards to the housing possible?
I don't believe that we had extensive conversations regarding that. Again, since this is conceptual only, they were a part of the focus groups, and so part of that community engagement process, both those associations were, but nothing in detail since these concept plans have been out to the public.
Okay, if we do move forward, Council, with housing, I do think we should engage with Habitat along with the Town Site Community Land Trust Group and see if there's any potential room for partnership here with the housing that we will potentially build. Okay, that's helpful, thank you. And then, let's see, the pickleball courts, the tennis courts at Thorpe, right by the senior center, would it make any sense to restripe those courts to accommodate both uses?
Before we answer that, if I could remind the council that we do have budgeted this year funds for permanent pickleball courts at Bushmaster Park. And we are working on that. And that is also where 8 courts are dual striped. So it's ideal, we're hopeful to add anywhere from 6 to 8 courts at Bushmaster Park. That starts to create a pretty large area for tournament play and for recreational play. I do know the 4 tennis courts at Thorpe Park are used by our school district for their tennis play. And I don't think that's ideal for them to dual stripe it with another sport.
Just trying to think outside the box, but yeah, I
Agree.
appreciate that. Okay, those are, I think, all my comments. I appreciate your time and answers. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. I wanted to ask about this because it seems like we're talking about not just this piece of land, but also where the old dog park is. And with the water drainage issues there, I'm wondering, can we fit 6 pickleball courts north by the softball fields rather than putting it in this complex that then would be equivalent to a parking lot worth of drainage and completely take this away from right next to the ICC?
You are spot on with that, Mayor, yes. A hard court surface or a parking lot are ideal when we have some drainage capacities to hold. And yes, the square footage of the Thorpe Bark Park, I can't recall off the top of my head, but I do know it would fit 6
It
courts.
would fit 6?
It would, yes.
Well, that's where I would suggest we fully move it out of this complex, still address the needs of our community for the pickleball, but that is much farther separated from the rest of this. I will also note that that area where the pickleball court is was really designated there because there are no trees, to my understanding. It is concrete, it's flat ground, it's, so as we consider how we rearrange things, I mean, it's unlike the dog park area with the trees. I mean, we would have to plant them rather than, and do a lot of work to get the concrete out of there. As it pertains to the city employee housing, when I look at this concept, there's going to be no parking for the Indigenous Cultural Center. I mean, we're talking 7 homes that's going to take up 10 parking spots. The pickleball courts that are 22 parking stalls for those 6 courts, plus the dog park right next to it. This is going to spill all over the neighborhood.
Unless we move the pickleball courts.
Exactly. So if we can get those pickleball courts out of there, and potentially, hey, we're not cutting down trees to move the skate park up north on that section, or the basketball courts is inside, so that's a little different. Maybe we can do some rearranging here, but I do take some concerns about the housing, given that our youth are very concerned about that right next to the Indigenous Cultural Center. I would much rather see parking, all of these things west of that midline, while keeping everything east of that midline full natural environment. That's where we can put the gardens, that's where we can put orchards, expand that natural area east of, is that Aztec or, no, that's not Aztec. That's, yeah, that's, okay.
That's it, yeah.
So that midline, if we keep everything, basically half of the area we have to work with as the natural environment, put the parking over there, I feel like, and get those pickleball courts to the north, we have now created a much more conducive environment for the Indigenous Community Cultural Center, and being able to provide the amenities that others are expecting in this. Regarding the housing then, I would like to know more, but, and willing to consider, but I don't see, if that has to be where it's at without costing us $500,000 in infrastructure, I just also want to point out to everyone, the public and council, that none of this is funded. None of it. So the more natural environment that we keep there too isn't just good for the concerns of our community, it's also good on our budget, because we not only would have to put in making this all happen, but maintaining those parking lots, maintaining the skate park. So anyways, I hope my suggestions are clear, but I would like to get some stuff nailed down from council. I'll go to Councilmember Salas after this. But the number one thing is, let's get that pickleball court north and create all that area to the east there where the 56 parking stalls are, make that entire area the natural environment, are my main suggestions.
Just for clarification, are you in that suggestion with the removal of the pickleball courts to the existing Bark Park, correct?
Yes.
And then with the pickleball court location, that would be then changed to parking? Is that your suggestion?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure we're clear.
So make that whole area parking, take out the parking to the southeast, make that all natural environment, and we can have the multi-purpose active stuff to the west side and the dog park, and then the east side be more of the natural environment.
Gotcha, thank you.
So, Councilmember Salas.
Mr. Mayor, you were reading my mind. Do you have a master's degree in parks, recreation, planning?
Great minds think alike.
Because this kind of brings so much kind of my past life with the county parks and recreation when the county designed the park in Tuba City. engaging both the Navajos and Moenkopi upper and lower villages and the park in Williams. So this is kind of near and dear to my heart, the process. So I'm very thankful for the public engagement that this synergistic collaboration with staff has kind of embarked on. I do want to, first of all, I would support that concept of moving the pickleball courts to the current park location, so we can have more space for for healing, restoration, and reconciliation, because this conversation brings to mind conversations of the previous council about 3 years ago, when we have the Indigenous Circle of Flagstaff, fully committed to this process and even willing to engage, engage into being inclusive, and also engage into knowing that we don't have any funds to build anything. Is the Indigenous Circle of Flagstaff even willing to bring funds to the healing center? Because it's all about, I do remember the conversation over 3 years ago. This Thorpe Park Annex, we know it's part of the regional park, but it speaks to the heart and soul of our peoples and our diverse community. That means whatever we do to develop or I guess repurpose the old public yards, it has to be a place for balance, healing, restoration, inclusion, and speaks to the heart, mind, body, and soul of our peoples. Having said that, I do amplify the voice of adding more space for gardens, for orchard, for I love that quote, where we share the fruit of the land with our neighbors, where we teach our youth, how to be stewards of the land, and also, share it with all of our neighbors. I do love to know that, the land itself is sacred to all of our peoples, and with kinship to flora and fauna. So I do amplify that voice to provide more space for passive activity, for contemplation, for meditation, and for being stewards of the land. And I do want to point out, though, because wearing my Parks and Rec hat, when it comes to the community benefits, right? We talk about community benefits when it comes to cost recovery, because the community cultural center and the ceremonial space and the gardens, it benefits the entire community. But the parts that caters to specific users, like pickleball, or even the skate park, there has to be a component of cost recovery from users. So just keeping that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. Councilmember Aslan and then Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you. Originally, I deferred my comments so I could hear from everyone else, and I'm really pleased to hear that there's a synergy going on here. Some great ideas came out. Stole my thunder a little bit, but that's okay. I think we're moving in the right direction. I just want to be on the record with a couple of general comments. I want to thank our Indigenous elder for coming up and speaking her truth. She demonstrated enormous courage. She showed great wisdom, and her voice was heard. And I really deeply appreciate the perspective that she brought to the table and how she very much through her courage guided the trajectory of the conversation we're having. I love the solution we're coming to, that if we're going to relocate the dog park, we can use the old dog park for the pickleball. The other comment I wanted to make, I don't know if there's 4 votes on council to get rid of these pickleball courts. I don't think there is, but I would not be one of them. I definitely think that that voice has made itself loudly heard over the past several years, and we have an obligation to represent their concerns and their needs and the economic value that their recreational activity brings to the city of Flagstaff. I'm glad to see that we have a solution there. I probably don't need to mention that that gets us closer to the observatory. We'll probably have to look at lighting things. I don't know if it would be any different than it is now. Dark after 10, things like that. Same with the other softball fields over there, baseball fields. So it's really important to me when I hear one of our Indigenous neighbors, one of my Indigenous constituents, and one of the original stewards of these lands telling me that they're again feeling marginalized, that we listen closely and that we rise to the call to do better. And I think we're achieving that. I want to make sure the traditional ceremonial space is large enough. To the extent that you can, play around with that indoor-outdoor flex event space and try to make that traditional ceremonial space as large as possible. If we're going to be moving parking lots over to the east a little bit, that helps. I'm sure you guys will come up with some great solutions to this as you start playing around with the mouse and the programming. Very interested in natural landscaping, restorative landscaping and vegetation, and just that type of renewal. The mayor made a great point about cost savings over time as we do that. I'm sure you guys have all the resources you need and the flexibility and the creativity to really engage in that process thoroughly. The other thing I would say is I'm in a compromising mood here. I would like to see some affordable housing units or city employee housing units go up here. Thanks for switching that slide over, Amy. I wonder if we can even go up to 14 by going 2-story. So that's just where my mood is at. I think we should achieve as much as we can on that footprint. Make it, aesthetically pleasing. But we do need to start growing up as we're growing up as a city. And this seems like another opportunity to sort of put my money where my mouth is in that regard. And then how we deal with parking for those 7 to 14 units, I'm sure you'll be able to come up with some interesting solutions for that too. Maybe by moving that play area a little bit, nudging the skate park over a little. And my final comment is I do think a skate park is important. A lot of Indigenous students and youth, the skate park is very popular with them. We have several area schools nearby. I think it would be highly utilized by by all of our youth in Flagstaff. Creates great opportunities for interfacing and for just recreating together. And then my last comment is I see a lot of flexibility with the Bark Park in terms of what that looks like, how much area it takes up, and utilizing some space around the edges to create a little bit more parking, or to put in that outdoor gym that Councilmember Shimoni was talking about, something that I do support. I've got pictures of Venice Beach in my head now. Maybe we're not going that far with it. Yeah, we don't want that kind of noise next to the cultural center. Yeah, so it looks like there's lots of flexibility and leeway to keep toying around with some of these things, and to allow for additional consideration to the cultural center and to the uses that that sacred space is going to have for privacy, for quiet, for natural quiet, for reflection, for spiritual activities, and expanding the traditional ceremonial areas that they have to work with. Thank you.
Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Aslan. I appreciate all your comments. A couple quick comments. In regards to parking, I just wanted to also let council know and remind council that just above, basically where it says concept 1B, that is a parking lot. It is being used for those fields, but often that parking lot is pretty darn empty. And so, uh-oh.
Keep going.
Amy is about to crush me. But being a resident to that neighborhood and going by that parking lot often, from my firsthand experience, it does seem like it isn't always fully utilized. I'll leave it there. My other comment I wanted to make earlier with Councilmember McCarthy's comment about the noise, I think an indoor basketball court will silence the sound a lot more than an outdoor basketball court would. But I do appreciate your comments and concerns for that Indigenous Community Center and the sound, the pollution of noise. Councilmember Aslan, I love your enthusiasm for housing, and I fully support that. And I'm not necessarily ready to take housing off the table for this parcel. I'm trying to figure out a way to make it work, and I fully support 2 stories, or at least consideration of 2 stories. I think that would go a long way. And I do wonder, would those housing units basically have access off of Bonito, I assume?
I think their access would be off Mogollon and Dale. The grade there tends to slope down pretty steep to Bonito, and there is the water filling station right there on the corner. So I don't think access off Bonito would occur.
Okay, but Dale's right there, and just trying to figure out a way for them to access their housing without having to basically go around the cultural center. So I think that accommodates what I was thinking. That's great. And then I will also give a shout out to pickleball. It is a very inclusive sport, and people of all ages are able to play. And so I do see that sport having a lot of value because of that. To Councilmember Salas's comment about cost recovery, I'm open to that discussion. I'd like to see us address the entire city, not just this one project, through that lens, if we're gonna go that route, versus just focusing on this. Because I don't know exactly how that would look, but I'm open to the conversation. And I'll pass the mic to you in a minute. And then I was wondering, is it possible to integrate some kind of public art in terms of like a mural or outdoor sculpture? And if so, can we also have it be led maybe by Indigenous youth at Kinlani?
Absolutely.
Awesome. And then the last thing is just the footprint for the outdoor workout facility like Venice Beach. And I also want a beach. No, I'm just kidding. It doesn't take much. It doesn't take too much space. So I think we can sprinkle it in pretty easily. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, Councilmember McCarthy and then Councilmember Salas.
Well, my first question is, which way to the beach? I'm very open-minded about 2 stories, if we can make that work, parking, and et cetera. I like the mayor's idea about moving the pickleball court to where the old dog park is. I think that's an excellent compromise. Now, I have a question. And this involves traffic issues. You know, I often go up to park by the dog park, and then I go hike up Mars Hill. I do that all the time. So my question is, could this facility be accessed from Thorpe Road as opposed to through the neighborhood? because I think a little more traffic on Thorpe Road would be far less damaging than a lot of traffic through the neighborhood. Comment?
Right now, one of our obstacles would be the State's Armory building, which is in this southwest corner that's not very clear on this image. That does prohibit right now making that connection to Thorpe Road over to this section of the property.
Okay, well, I haven't had time to study that in detail, but if there's any way you could get some of the traffic off Thorpe Road and out of the neighborhood, I think that would be beneficial to everyone concerned. I think it would make it easier to get to this facility and less impact on the neighborhood. But, you know, I haven't studied the realities, but you will. Or you have.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Was it Councilmember Salas next, and then Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I want to go on record that I will support the city housing, employee housing prospect, and more units if possible. And then also I want to mention that I do recognize that pickleball is a flourishing sport and inclusive. That's why I recommended to move it to the current Bark Park space, also to balance the community needs, and also provide more space for the passive activities, and more space for the gardens, traditional ceremonial space. To answer Council Member Shimone's question about my point on cost recovery, just recall that this current council approved my FAIR about a citywide cost recovery policy, and we just want to kind of hear back from staff on that process. But of course, our amazing stellar pros team are the poster model for cost recovery policy and experience, as we do have some cost recovery measures for some of our facilities and programs and services. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I just wanted to also go on the record. I support moving the Bark Park and the pickleball courts, and I would like to explore adding more workforce housing. I think it's crucial to any project that we do. Thank you.
Thank you. I will just make a quick notification that as we're discussing now with the inclusion of the employee housing, the moving of the pickleball courts, et cetera, we haven't added any more of the natural environment than this original design. So that is fine, but from what we were hearing from the community and from the participants in the audience was they want more natural environment, and we're not giving that. We're rearranging things to take care of the noise, which partially, but now we're looking at more housing that's going to create its own noise. So we have consensus, or not consensus, but we do have council direction on that front. I just want to point out that we have not added any of the natural environment that was requested by the public through juggling what's here and there. So just want to point that out, and I'm not fully set on some of those issues of where the housing is, and let's be honest, this is a conceptual plan right now. Again, not financed. Where are we going to get the money for 14 city employee housing area? And if we're living in this imaginary world, why can't we put that somewhere else to accommodate more natural areas? So anyways, I would have liked to see more of the natural environment on the east side. I understand we do need housing, but that's not what we were hearing from the public tonight, from the public participants, and I recognize the need for more of that. And we can't get that where the current pickleball courts are, because that is not natural environment right now. So anyways, just want to make that point. Councilmember Shimoni?
Really quick question. Rebecca or Amy or anyone from the team, does anyone know the distance between the building itself, the ICCC building, and the proposed housing? Is that 100 feet, 200 feet, 500 feet?
I can attempt to measure with my thumb. There is a scale here at the bottom where 1 inch equals 40 feet. That would be on the PDF version of this, not what is displayed here on this PowerPoint version. So I could get that information back to council.
I feel like that'd be good to know. Thank you.
Mayor, if I could address your recent comments. So we are slated to bring this back to council for consideration on November 15th. We could, instead of making that an adoption or a voting item, we could perhaps turn it into a discussion item. Let us work on this. Let us go back and work with our team. Wheat design, as has been mentioned several times, is pretty amazing. I think once they hear this conversation, hear where council is going, we might be able to work some magic, especially with the idea of, well, that's what we do, right? We're pros, we're fun. We figure things out, we're problem solvers. Let us go back and try to figure this out with our landscape architects and come back to you hopefully around that date, even if it's just a check-in. Council might not be ready to vote at that time, but we'll see where we get and
Thank you.
see if we can accommodate all these goals.
Thank you. And I will just say, if we can get, I mean, I'm on board with having housing. I just want to respect and have more natural environment there as well, because yeah, anyways, I made my point. But if there's a way to accommodate both, then I'm going to be a happy boy.
And if I
So-
can try to summarize the council direction that I've heard, it's to absolutely add more natural environment, enhance and support the ICCC, traditional ceremonial space, native plantings, reconciliation, as much as possible, remove the pickleball courts from this area, perhaps move them to where the existing dog park is, continue looking at city employee housing on this space. That means we're going to start some conversations with the state about that grant. Comment and start working with legal on ordinance 425. Thank you, Sterling. And, but I want to be clear, what that might mean is some things like the skate park and pump track might change, the play area might change, but I'm hearing that that might be okay. Especially if we could keep it in some form, but maybe not the same footprint. And again, this is all concept, so this is not design. And Councilmember Shimoni, to your points about bike fix-it stations and fitness equipment, I imagine what you're thinking is similar to what we have at Buffalo Park, but better, right? We can absolutely do that. That all comes with design. Does that kind of summarize the direction?
I think that's excellent, yeah.
Okay.
I'm seeing lots of nodded heads.
We will definitely put in restrooms, water fountains, benches, shade structures, all the things that come with a park we'll definitely continue to consider.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Whew. It is only 6:30, right? And we've gotten through what many agenda items. All right. Thank you all. A lot of great work on that front. Appreciate council coming together on clear direction as well. So with that, we are down to agenda item number 9, annual revisions to the carbon neutrality plan. Jenny's up.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jenny Neiman, Climate Program Manager in the Sustainability Office. I'm here tonight to talk about revisions to the Carbon Neutrality Plan. Tonight, I'm really going to go through the process of this revision. not necessarily the details. Mostly, we're really talking about the main types of revisions that we're making to this plan. We welcome council's feedback, and at the end of this presentation, we'll provide council with the option for us to come back again before we present this to you for adoption on December 6th. So we will look for direction for that. I'd like to start with a bit of background for those who are listening who might not be familiar with our climate plans. The City of Flagstaff has adopted 2 climate plans in the last 4 years. The 2018 Climate Action Adaptation Plan, which we refer to as the CAP, was our first climate plan. It was also the first community-wide climate plan in Arizona. The 2021 Carbon Neutrality Plan, we refer to as the CNP. Tonight, we're talking about making revisions to that most recent plan, the CNP, which was adopted in 2021. We will also discuss the 10-year housing plan. I realize that we are just 16 months from adoption of that plan, and a lot of questions have been, why are we revising so soon? The reason is because we want to achieve carbon neutrality in less than 8 years, and so we can't only come back to this plan every 3 to 5 years, right? We need to check in often, and when adopting the carbon neutrality plan, we said we would revise it every year. Because we are still setting up our framework for implementation, though, we aren't going to be making big policy changes this year. Right now, we're taking care of some administrative items, essentially, that we will go through. Excuse me. So we have 3 types of revisions, and I will go into these in detail, but this is just the main overview. First, we will be incorporating new information, things that have changed, developments in the policy landscape over the last year. We'll also be talking about standard annual revisions. We will make these every year, and mostly that focuses on our greenhouse gas emissions and sort of our accountability to that. Third is plan consolidation, and this is the big one, where we will consolidate our 2 climate plans, take the resilient strategies and actions from the Climate Action Adaptation Plan and fold those into the CMP to create one climate planning document. So the first is incorporation of new information. These revisions are really to incorporate really significant policy landscape developments. A lot has happened in the last 16 months that we're really proud of, and to be able to fold them in. I want to warn you, this is not an exhaustive list of new developments over the last 12 months, but we really felt that these updates were deeply key to our success, and so we want them to be in this update. The first part of that is our partners. President Cruz Rivera's commitment to carbon neutrality for NAU will be incredibly impactful, right? NAU buildings contribute to more than 10% of our building emissions. And so NAU saying we're going to get to carbon neutrality is hugely impactful for how we achieve our goals, because it means we can then focus on other harder challenges. And so this has deep ramifications for our climate action. Coconino County is also moving forward with climate action. They're working to develop their first greenhouse gas inventory right now, and plan to eventually create a climate action and adaptation plan. Finally, the FUSD board, Flagstaff Unified School District, voted this summer to set climate goals, and we assisted them in the process of developing some recommendations. We are, I can say, just thrilled to see this climate leadership of our partners. We work deeply with all 3 of these institutions, and we're ready to support them. And it's also significant because it will change the way that we work in the community once we have all of these institutions on board and moving forward together with us towards their climate goals. So, we will revise the carbon neutrality plan essentially to note these commitments and note that they will really change how we think about resources, how we share resources, how we work together, and how we achieve real impactful climate action. The next piece of information is a bit of a repeat, but it's deeply important because we didn't have this information when we adopted the carbon neutrality plan. So we presented this to council in May 2022, and staff worked with outside experts to estimate the total community investment needed to achieve carbon neutrality. Carbon neutrality will necessitate a $600 million investment into our community and result in a $622 million total community benefit. I want to reiterate some of the points that we discussed in May. This number is not an estimate of costs to the city, right? This isn't all city budget funding. It is a community-wide investment, right? And so somebody may have installed a heat pump last weekend in their home, right? That is part of this, right? It's also funding that might come from federal grants, utility incentives, in businesses that are investing in the efficiency of their operations. And this figure also includes things like full funding of the Active Transportation Master Plan, landfill gas capture, investments in our fleet, et cetera. So it's really across the board and across our community in terms of investments. The community benefit figure is also one that bears explaining. This is community benefits that, might be to the city from a return on investment on energy efficiency, or the savings somebody might get from buying an e-bike or an electric vehicle, right? And so we're deeply excited to see this. And, what we need to do, though, is think about what are the benefits beyond that? Because this cost is actually just fiscal cost. So it is that return on investment. It doesn't include those indirect benefits like health and livability and wellness, and the many other benefits that we'll see from climate action. So the revision that we'll make is essentially to incorporate this information into the investment strategy that already exists in the carbon neutrality plan. We're just excited to have a lot firmer numbers and a much better picture of what this will look like for our community. The third piece of new information is about the housing plan. We are very excited about this one because the relationship between housing and climate is strong, both in its challenges, but also in its solutions. And we prefer to focus on the solutions. Housing is deeply connected to climate action in all three of our core areas of equity, because climate change deeply impacts housing, right? It deeply impacts housing demand in our housing market, as well as folks' ability to access safe and healthy housing. On the mitigation side, there are so many keys within housing, right? In how we build our homes, but also in how we build our transportation systems, et cetera, right? That have deep impacts on both housing as well as climate. And then finally, on resilience, we know that a strong community has both affordable housing and is acting on climate, right? It relies on neighbors knowing each other, right? It relies on the makeup of our community, and a lot of that is related to housing supply pressures, many of which are deeply related to climate change. And so staff are proposing to essentially pull the 10-year housing plan into the carbon neutrality plan. When we were writing the carbon neutrality plan, the housing emergency had recently been declared, and we were starting to write the housing plan. And because they are so deeply connected, we just want to pull it in, right? And so we are proposing to create a whole target area that is just on the housing plan goals. We will not be developing new content, right? We will be adopting the goals and the strategies from the 10-year housing plan. We've been working with our housing staff on this. We won't be able to include everything, right? But what we'll do is we'll pull in the goal to be, the 10-year housing plan goal, as well as its 4 policy initiatives, which are create, connect, preserve, and protect. We will pull those in as actual strategies. And so we're really excited just for this kind of opportunity to have these 2 documents mirror each other a little bit more and have them work together a little bit more. Just to illustrate this, I wanted to show you, I know council's familiar with our honeycomb, and so we're working on the title still, but affordable housing would essentially be part of our honeycomb, and then we would have 10 target areas, and housing essentially would be its own target area, and so that's all text from the housing plan, essentially. And so, again, the goal is to just solidify those connections. All right. The second type of revision we'll be making are annual updates. The core update here is our greenhouse gas inventory, and updating it with our latest figures. We update our greenhouse gas inventory every summer. And this really reflects kind of our progress. A greenhouse gas inventory is kind of the accounting, right, of our emissions. What emissions are we creating? And so before I display our new 2020 inventory, I just wanted to remind council of a couple things that we always use when we talk about the inventory. First, 1 year's inventory doesn't tell us a ton about our progress, right? It's really important to look at the average over a couple years as well as trend lines. The inventory is also an estimate, right? It's a kind of a deeply complicated and hard estimate, but it is an estimate about our emissions. And so we have some great data sources, but it still is something where our methodology changes over time. It is improving. We are getting better at collecting this data, but it does change, and that can sometimes change the data. Finally, it does take time for our plans and policies to have an effect. The day we adopted the carbon neutrality plan, our emissions did not go down, right? And so as we are continuing to implement this plan, it will take a while for those things to grow. Things we are seeing an effect on right now are we adopted new building codes in 2019, right, with much higher energy efficient things. Those things are the things we're starting to see, but that's building by building, if that makes sense. So this is our new greenhouse gas inventory. So 2021 is our most recent year we have data for. That is the line on the top. You will see an increase from 2020. And this is a bit to methodology. It also, 2021 is really equaling out with 2019. So again, when we look at the kind of over a 3-year average, it's about in line. Again, we will discuss all of this in the update. And right now in the carbon neutrality plan, we have a greenhouse gas inventory with the years up to 2019. And so we will be adding in 2020 and 2021 here. And again, it just kind of helps us to build our base of data, build our foundation for action. And so we'll just be updating those same pages. All right, this is the big one. The third revision is a consolidation of our 2 climate plans. I found the old climate plan. That's not one of those. I found the old climate plan just to remind everyone, this wonderful document that we adopted in 2018, and then this is our newer document. This is a really exciting thing for us because those documents were built with the community, right? We are deeply excited to bring them together, right? To have one climate plan, and most importantly, to just reduce confusion, right? We had anticipated this change when we were writing the CMP, the carbon neutrality plan, and I'll talk about that in a bit. And so, we really think that this kind of consolidation will best serve Flagstaff. So I do want to start by returning to our timeline, just to provide some background as to why we have these 2 climate plans. We worked to develop the Climate Action Adaptation Plan over 2017 and 2018. And just 1 month before we adopted it, in October 2018, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or the IPCC, released a very important report. If inconveniently timed. The 1.5 degree report from the IPCC raised the alarm and accelerated the timeline for climate action, and it said, we need to move much more quickly. We decided to adopt the Climate Action Adaptation Plan, or rather council did, right? Because it was our first climate plan, right? And we wanted to establish those goals. And we wrote in that plan, we need to come back and have this conversation, right, about this new science, right? The new science is always appreciated, but just 1 month before the plan adoption, right, we said, we're gonna move forward, but we need to talk to the community. And what happened was that the community came to talk to us, and they started a petition and came to council in January of 2020 with hundreds of folks, and hours and hours of testimony to ask for a climate emergency. That climate emergency led to the carbon neutrality plan. And that climate emergency said a lot of things, but the main thing it really said was, we need carbon neutrality by 2030, right? So we very quickly worked to develop this revised plan. And The revision we really focused on there, the biggest revision was revising our emissions goals, right? Revising our mitigation, our climate action. And what we said at the time was, because we are on this rapid time frame, we're just gonna talk mitigation, and we're gonna come back to the resilience conversation, right? Right now, we're gonna lean on the 2018 plan for its resilience work. And then we will come back and fold those two documents together when we have more time. And so that's why now we're excited that we do have that opportunity to bring the resilience goals of the 2018 plan into the carbon neutrality plan. I will just note here, just as we talked about the housing plan also came afterwards. And so in some ways, we're kind of folding all of this stuff together. So I wanted to take a step back just to give the 2018 climate plan sort of its due, because we're not often in the resilience mindset, right? Often when we come up here, we are talking about solar or electrification or electric vehicles, right? And the resilience mindset is quite different, right? And it relates to so much of what council talks about. And resilience and adaptation are fundamental to our climate approach and climate plans, which is why this kind of merging we think is going to help us just be a lot more efficient. And so in the 2018 climate plan, we looked at this and we kind of took a step back and we got a report developed that was sort of our climate profile. And that said, these are the changes that Flagstaff specifically will see, right? And so I just wanted us to return to this because what's critical is that in analyzing these changes to our climate, then we move from there into thinking about our vulnerabilities, right? And thinking about our risk. And so that then led to a vulnerability assessment. The vulnerability assessment looked at these 4 areas as our areas of highest vulnerability and highest risk. I don't think that they are surprising probably to anyone on council because these are vulnerabilities that we talk about often, right? And so, the Climate Action Adaptation Plan said, all right, thinking about these 4 areas of risk, how then do we move into a more resilient future? And that is what we are adopting today and bringing it to. So just as a review, again, the 2018 climate plan had moderate decarbonization and resilience as its core sort of focus areas. The 2021 plan had rapid decarbonization. And so now I just want to quickly talk about the 4 target areas that we're focusing on that I just referenced. So those 4 target areas are the ones that respond to that vulnerability assessment, right? And those 4 areas of focus for vulnerability and risk. Those 4 areas are the ones that we will incorporate then into the carbon neutrality plan. We will essentially just copy and paste to bring them forward. We'll reformat them to look like the carbon neutrality plan. The 2 documents do look pretty different. And we will take a chance to update them just on things that have changed essentially in the last 4 or 5 years. So here are our current CMP target areas. And here is kind of a ballooned honeycomb, but you can see 5 new target areas here. So it's affordable housing, as well as economic prosperity and recreation, health and safety, natural environments, and water resources. So we really feel that this kind of completes the honeycomb, right? Brings in those resilient target areas, responds to that vulnerability study, and most importantly, just helps us be able to refer to one complete consolidated document. We have had the support of our team members across Team Flagstaff in this process. I have been meeting from folks across divisions as well as with Coconino County Health and Human Services because there is a public health focus in the health and safety target area, as well as a couple external advisory groups for the sustainability office. And again, we are mostly doing a copy and paste to bring these forward, but we wanted to make sure that everyone was aware of this change, right? And that they could comment on any updates that might be helpful to just clarify things for the most part. I want to give y'all one example of that just because it kind of just shows the ways that we're thinking about these updates. Staff have proposed to add one action under this strategy about diverse native plant ecosystems. And where this came from is that we just found a hole. We just said we didn't really talk about the city's role here, right? And municipal properties here, right? And so staff have recommended that we add this strategy. It's not really a change in policy. It just kind of is filling the gap because we didn't necessarily talk about a city municipal strategy and kind of the city's role. So it's a minor example, but it's one that, you know, fulfills the goals, fulfills what we're already working on, also relates to the water conservation strategic plan. So council, that is what I have for you. I really welcome any feedback you have. We are scheduled to come back to council on December 6th. We wanted to pause here. December 6th is likely to be a busy meeting and a long one. And so if council wanted to have a little bit more time on this on November 29th, we are happy to come back. And we've worked with Stacy to make that possible. But also if you don't need to, that's okay too. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Or, yep, Councilmember Eslin.
Thank you, Mayor. So I really appreciate this. I'm fully supportive of everything that's been presented this evening. We had some public comments earlier today about the urgency around electrifying our fleet. And I didn't have a chance to talk about this at the time because it wasn't agendized. But I did want to explore the concept with you just a little bit. My personal sense is that you need to balance that urgency of electrification with allowing our current fleet to die its natural death, for lack of a better term. The development of every car that we put on the road has its own carbon footprint, and an enormous amount of resources goes into that. So for the benefit of this interest group who are very passionate about this subject, can you just, I don't know if your thinking aligns with mine, but can you explore that concept just a little bit? And I don't know if you care to relate it back to this revision or not, but just talk about that for a moment, please, just to give voice to their concerns earlier this afternoon. I was going to say this morning. It feels like it was that long ago.
Absolutely, of course. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Aslan. We have a similar policy in the city. And so we have an electrify first policy, right, where we always consider electrification first. For sedans and SUVs, we are electrifying them, right, because the market is there. For heavier duty fleet vehicles, the market is not there, right, but we are paying a lot of attention to it. And so what electrify first means is that when it's time to replace a vehicle, we look at for electric options first. Again, sedans and SUVs, those are very easy right now, and we are buying electric vehicles for those things. What we are not doing is buying new vehicles to replace vehicles that are still running and still in good condition. That is because of exactly what you said, the impact of buying new vehicles, right? And so the city runs its vehicles for, you know, it varies by type, but let's just say 10 years, 100,000 miles, right? It's actually not a long time in the life of the car, right? And so, you know, by the time we are not replacing vehicles, again, as they are running, right? And what we do, though, when that vehicle goes to retire, first, the city is actually deeply creative in reusing vehicles. I don't know, we are driving a 1995 Dodge Caravan around, and we love it, if I can just say that. And that's because the emissions to create that vehicle were incredibly, right, expensive from an environmental standpoint, right? And that vehicle doesn't have that many miles on it, right? And so that's exactly what we're doing, is that we are keeping our fleet running, and when it is ready for replacement, that's when we electrify. It's the fiscally sound way to do this. It's also the environmentally sound way to do this. And, you know, there may be some cases, right? We also look at what vehicles it makes sense to electrify first, right? Some of our vehicles are driven once a month. Some of our vehicles are driven miles and miles every day, right? And so we're also trying to be strategic from that standpoint of what makes the most sense. But yeah, we're exactly on there with you. We have met with NASCA to kind of discuss this, and it's a balance, of course.
Anyone else? Councilmember Schmoning.
Jenny, thank you for the presentation and excellent work. I too support everything you are working towards and you mentioned in your presentation. I think it's great that we're incorporating all these documents and all these plans under one. often you'll hear conversations about pinning sustainability against housing, and I'm really grateful that we're bringing them all together and uniting within that plan. I piggybacking on Councilmember Aslam's comments about the EV electrification, Sam Beckett, who's our streets director, texted me earlier with a photo of the first fully electric pickup truck that streets received today. And it is very cool. It's not a bike, so it's not as cool as a bicycle, but it is the coolest truck I've seen in town. And that's in the city of Flagstaff's ownership. So very proud of that effort. But I think it's important, maybe as we continue the conversation about EV vehicles, that we keep it in proportion in terms of its weight towards the goal. I know that group is very passionate about electrifying our fleet, but I do see it as a small piece of the pie in terms of what we're trying to accomplish. Just wanted to say that publicly. Other than that, I'm not sure if an additional conversation is needed before the December meeting, Council. I'm curious if others feel differently, but I think we're all on the same page with this, and I think we're all very excited about the progress that you're making. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. It looks like we're getting into the discussion rather than questions phase, which is a time when we need to go to our public participant. So Andy Fernandez.
Okay, Andy Fernandez. First of all, I'm very upset because I haven't heard anything you mentioned today on the council, but the Nazi rag they have in this town. When I ran for office, I sent 133 letters to the editor while I'm running for mayor, while I'm running for Congress, but I'm running against Republicans. They never printed any of my items. So now they come out and they want to see about putting stipulations to run for mayor. Now that was appalling. Now they want to try to put some restrictions because they want to make it difficult, make people run through the hoops, and that's a disgrace, especially since I served in the United States Army. And I'm a born and raised native here in the city of Flagstaff, so I need to just address that. Now the issue here with this carbon neutrality, annexing the Thorpe Park scenario, you didn't mention nothing about the armory, barely touched. What about the senior citizen? Nothing. Now the thing is, I'm hearing scenarios from this particular scenario here, with the carbon neutrality scenario that I've been addressing for over 22 years when I initiated recycling here in 1995. And then I initiated a scenario where we needed to get away from that, get a different mindset, and start doing like the old school where you would have these 15-gallon containers that would go to my grandma's house, and they would refuel your unit, and they would always be usable. So you don't have any of this garbage going to the landfill. That's another carbon neutrality scenario that has been completely missed, and a couple of the other items I discussed at the public participation scenario. So the other scenarios kind of seem to hypocrisy, because even though Councilmember Aslan, I actually endorsed you and campaigned for you, as I had been with Shimoni until his last go-around because of his hypocrisy on this particular item about affordable housing. We're talking about housing units over there at the Thorpe Park scenario. That's going to increase the carbon emissions. That's going to increase noise. That's appalling. And like Mayor Deasy said, that's not, this is not even coming out of any kind of DJBD funds or any other scenarios coming out of pocket. That's the taxpayer's pocket. So it seems like, I don't know, I know Adam he sold out because me and him discussed this topic about affordable housing. Like I said, 4 times heading to, when I gave him a ride to Sky Harbor. And now you're jumping on board. I don't know, it kind of seems like sometimes, people can get caught up in little special interests when they getting bought off. And, that scenario about bringing this up about public housing is appalling. Now, especially to that extreme. Now, there's consultants that try to bring this scenario that's more compatible to Encano Park in the Valley. That's appalling. Now, the scenario with vehicles. The city of Mesa uses propane heavy equipment. That's another option. Using solar electricity, that'd be another option. There are a bunch of other variables, like I say, but vote no on 442, and now the other illegal propositions they're trying to manipulate.
Thank you,
It
Andy.
makes it sound good, but it's not, if you look at all the details, they're mostly lies.
Thank you, Andy. All right. With that, to your question of reviewing the revised CNP at the November 29th work session, that would be in addition to the December 6th or in place thereof?
It would be in addition because the December 6th would be the adoption, right? And so it would be, if council would want to spend more time on it, then probably we would be able to at a pretty busy December 6th meeting. But there's no pressure. You won't hurt my feelings.
Well, if you could just send it to us early so we can review it and be prepared,
Yeah.
then as if we were having the November 29th, but I don't think we need to have that additional meeting. So is that okay?
That's great.
Prior Friday? I don't know. Wait, no. That'd be terrible. That's Thanksgiving. I'm sorry. You have to work Thanksgiving. No. But yeah, just to give us a little time to review it, and then we
Yep.
can answer our questions before the council meeting or, mull it over a bit better so we can be efficient for it.
Certainly.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, it is 7:02. Is this a good time for a little break, or we want to bust out? 3 minutes? No, we're gonna take a quick break because this one might be extended as well. So 7:03 now. Let's just do 7 minutes. 7:10. We will be back and ready to go. Okay? Sharp. I just need 4 council members, and then we'll rock it. All right, we are down to agenda item number 10. This is our stormwater rate adjustment discussion. Take us away, Ed.
All right, good afternoon, morning, evening, whatever time it is right now. So thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, for having us here today. Ed Shank, Stormwater Manager for City of Flagstaff, and we also have our rate consultant here with us, as well as many others. Sanjay, who will be presenting part of this from Water Resources Economics. And this is very timely, obviously. You've seen me up here quite a bit over the last 2 years for flood events, both museum fire and pipeline fire related. And unfortunately, today's the more serious conversation talking about the financial situation of stormwater. Also very timely with climate action and neutrality that went right before us, as we are also talking about the resiliency of our community, as well as addressing some of the impacts of the climate that we see in northern Arizona. So the extreme drought, obviously the fires, and now unfortunately the floods. So a quick overview on this. We'll present the results of the 2022 stormwater rate assessment. That is in your packet. Some of the discussion points, we'll talk briefly about the stormwater program, its history, how we got to where we are today, the purpose of this rate adjustment, the rate basis and the policy recommendations, a timeline for this rate adjustment, and then obviously we're here for your feedback. So that's the meat and potatoes, if you will, of our presentation today. A rather busy slide here, but I do like this slide. This shows the evolution of our stormwater utility. So we were created as a utility in 2003. We were the first stormwater utility in the state of Arizona. At the moment, there's 7 stormwater utilities in the state of Arizona. There's over 2,500 stormwater utilities throughout the United States. Most of them were created in the 80s, 90s, and then accelerated quite quickly after that as flooding concerns became much more pronounced throughout the entire nation. Unfortunately, we're not alone in that. When we were created in 2003, it was recommended by the Stormwater Advisory Council that the rate would be $1.88 per ERU. It was set at 53 cents with the capital program going back to engineering. So we were a rather small section. We were mostly focused on FEMA floodplain management, so the regulatory component of the Special Flood Hazard Area and the National Flood Insurance Program. And with that was a development review, construction inspections, a very modest maintenance funding, and then the water quality and MS4 component. So we were housed under community development at that time. Very quickly, in 2005, they determined that rate was insufficient. So there was a new rate study and a new rate that went into place, as well as a new credit manual. With this, we took over our own capital improvement program and the drainage investigations that would be required under that capital improvement program. 2007, we took over some of the master planning. So that's one of the Northeast Area Master Drainage Study, NEMADs. You're going to hear about that a few times today. It took 3 years, started in 2007 and was completed in 2010. Master planning is a critical component, obviously, with everything that we do for capital improvement programs as well as for maintenance. So that was the beginning of our master planning within stormwater. 2009 is when we took over that LID ordinance. That's when that was passed. The Low Impact Development, Green Infrastructure, if you will, ordinance was passed and was put under the stormwater program. And also when we started really staffing up the alert network. This is that flood alert network that you get those rave alerts through the county unfortunately, all those flash floods that we've experienced over the last several years, especially this last 2 years. 2009 is when we started creating that ourselves. As you may know, we are actually over 24 net systems currently within the city. Between the city and county, we're over 50 now, mostly unfortunately due to the fires. 2012, and speaking of fires, 2012 is when the FWPP passed. Mostly unrelated to stormwater, but it did mean that we got much more involved with the regional watershed management, both with the county, with Forest Service, as well as within our own fire department. 2018 is when that Rio Flag flood control project really got the green light to move forward, and that's when we did our most recent stormwater rate adjustment to allow for some of the debt financing for that Rio Flag project, for the Army Corps project. So for over $30 million worth of debt financing. Now, as you know, 2019, that's when we had the museum fire, some very large impacts there in terms of post-fire flood response that we needed to jump into. Much more of the maintenance operations, we took that over from Public Works. And then all the asset management and GIS that's required to go into everything that we're talking about today. There's quite a bit in the backside that's that you really don't see in these slides, but there's quite a bit that we do in terms of GIS, mapping, asset management to actually understand what we're working with. And then obviously 2021, we had 4 very large flood events within the museum fire, as well as several flood events that were predicted by that NEMAD study. So that Prius video that we always talk about, that was actually in Fanning Wash. That was actually a predicted drainage deficiency predicted back in 2010. So it was unrelated to the fires. And then obviously this year with the pipeline fire. Similar slide, this just kind of shows the complexity of the stormwater utility here in Flagstaff. We're not unique. There are many stormwater utilities out there that have a very complex level of service developed for them. But we are, I'd say, on the side of a bell curve, if you will, that we are much more complex than many where it's divvied out to other engineering, capital improvement programs, public works, et cetera. To give some perspective before we go into the rate assessment of where we stand. So this is a really great study. I recommend reading it. It's free online. Campbell and Bradshaw 2021 is produced by Western Kentucky University, and it provided a survey of all stormwater utilities that they could find. At the time, it was about 2,200 stormwater utilities. And it looked at a variety of different things, their level of service and also their costs. So really what we're going to focus on today, obviously, is cost. We're talking about the rate adjustment. And this map here shows the rates per ERU, so per equivalent rate unit, which we're going to talk about today, for the entire United States as of last year, 2021. And as you can see, for Flagstaff, we are this small little bubble here at $3.74 per ERU. Obviously, there's lots of other stormwater utilities that are in that range, and then there's lots of these stormwater utilities that are either smaller or much, much larger. And we'll show a slide about that later as we get into our potential rate adjustments. Okay, so why are we here today? What's the reason for this rate adjustment? Obviously, we have that increase in level of service expected due to the fire and then now our flood events that impact both West Flagstaff as well as East Flagstaff, which has made both our capital improvement list go up substantially in terms of infrastructure that we need to upsize, as well as our operation and maintenance expectations. So that's both in terms of staffing, equipment, and then also the maintenance of this new infrastructure that we're building, most notably the detention basins. So the Killup School Detention Basin, the Schultz Creek Detention Basin, which just this week we got substantial completion on, the Parkway basins, which are planned with the county to be built, Francis Short Pond as a basin. That's not how we'd like to see it, but that's how it functions. And then others. So if we put Shadow Mountain online and other basins. So there's quite a bit in terms of O&M that goes into keeping these basins operational so that we can reduce the flood risk. As well as part of this rate assessment is just the ongoing cost of doing the business even before these fires. So we have obviously the Rio de Flag flood control project, as well as our typical capital improvement projects that we knew of before this series of events, as well as our spot improvements. So areas where you see that there's deficiencies either through longevity, so that the areas just failed due to being old, or new deficiencies due to change of roadway design or whatnot, where we have to go in and prevent repetitive flooding at a local level. So we're not talking a huge watershed. We're talking where 10 homes may flood just because they're in a low point, and we need to go in there and change out the catch basins or change out the piping. So again, our current rates at the moment are $3.74 per ERU. We have relatively limited capital funding. It's roughly $600,000 a year. In the past, that would fund between half and one project a year, depending on which type of project, sometimes even less. With our change in inflation, that's obviously been impacted. And then we also have, under the current rates, only a certain amount of O&M, operation and maintenance budget, for temporary flood mitigation, flood response, as well as just our typical maintenance. So some of this is currently unfunded. Flood response in particular is currently unfunded. So at the moment, we have a level of service which is, it's hard to meet, if you will, due to the budget that we have here. Under these proposed rates that Sanjay is going to go into shortly, we'll be increasing that capital funding to provide for more permanent flood mitigation. We're going to talk about two different scenarios. One, if that Proposition 441 passes, and one if Proposition 441 does not pass. Because obviously we have a certain level of need, and then just how we address that need in terms of funding. So part of it could go to bonds, part of it could go to rates. That discussion will come up. And then obviously we have that increased operating costs, the pre-season flood mitigation. As you've heard from Lucinda and the county, they are backing out on any additional help with sandbags and barriers. This year they provided 1.1 million sandbags to the city for both museum and a pipeline. At a cost of roughly $3 per sandbags. That was a benefit to the city of between $3 and $3.5 million that we will not receive next year. Detention basin maintenance, something else that's going to cost us quite a bit when those fill with sediment, fill with water, or have erosion, scour that need to be cleaned out. Fairly substantial cost. We're trying to keep that in line as best as possible. Staffing and equipment, and then continued master planning. It's really cost quite a bit to continue to do the planning that was required both by FEMA as well as by our code to make sure that we are maintaining the community at the level that we expect. So with these proposed rates, we can do all of this, and we can provide a sustainable budget for both the capital as well as the O&M. You've seen this slide before. This is the table for the capital side of our costs, our 7-year horizon. So we kind of grouped it between the Rio de Flag flood control project with the Army Corps, those spot improvements, which is fairly minimal. You can see it's roughly $80,000 a year. So we can do like 1 or 2 small projects a year. And then a museum and pipeline should be combined here. This is an older table. So the post-fire between those two, the NEMADs, and then future projects. So between museum and pipeline, that is the majority, not the majority, I should take that back, half of the cost of our capital projects for the next 7 years. To show that geographic distribution, this just shows dots of approximate locations for some of those projects that are listed in that table, or shown in that table, not listed. So you can see sort of that pink color is museum fire related, the spruce wash. The yellow is related more to pipeline fire. along Schultz Pass. The green is a scattering of both NEMADs and previously identified capital projects. And then this sort of olive color is that Rio de Flag flood control project. So we do have it geographically distributed. Every neighborhood or every section of town, I shouldn't say neighborhood, every section of the city will see some benefits from the capital improvements over the next 7 years. So stormwater rate basis, as I mentioned, it's the ERU basis, equivalent rate unit, and that is based on 1,500 square feet of impervious surface, which is a pretty equitable rate, or not rate, pretty equitable unit. The larger the unit that you decide to charge to, the more that you're putting on the residential community. The smaller that you're putting it on, the more you're putting on the commercial. So at 1,500 square feet, we are divvying it up pretty close to equal between the commercial and government side as well as the residential side. At the moment, we charge residential properties a maximum of 5 ERUs. The average residential property is at 3 ERUs. The median residential property is at 2 ERUs. Commercial properties do not have a maximum currently. One proposal that we have under this rate adjustment is to change the maximum for the residential, so taking it from 5 ERUs up to a cap of 10, and that would provide a little bit more of the funding from the residential side instead of the commercial, business, and government side, mostly from those very large property or estates. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Sanjay for a little more discussion on the rate model.
Good evening. Thank you, Ed. Mayor, City Council staff, I like to do the, in public, I like to do the next part of the presentation to talk about the financial plan. The financial plan was developed by staff, of course with my assistant, but with staff, and we also talked with the Water Commission. Also, we presented some of these information to you before. One, as Ed mentioned, one of the biggest increase is operating costs with level of service associated with detention basins. That's a significant cost. Because of that, we will need to increase the operating budget. There are additional costs associated with it, but roughly $2.2 million associated with that. Significant capital expenditure, as Ed has mentioned, over the next 7 years. That'll be $12.7 million that's needed. In order to fund all these different projects, we've developed a mixture of different sources of revenues, whether it's revenue bonds, whether it's GEO bonds, which we hope to get approved, grants, and then rate revenue, which is cash basis. We're hoping that the November GEO bond does get approved, but if it doesn't, we have a plan associated with that. And if those the GEO bonds does not get approved by the voters, then it would have to be funded by the ratepayers through the stormwater fee. And I'll be presenting both scenarios. So the top table shows the operating costs. We have what we would call the sort of the traditional operating costs, and then the next one is the additional O&M, that operating cost that's needed for personnel, capital, pre-season, flood mitigation, and as I mentioned, detention basin. As you can see, those costs are significant, and they are increasing because of all the different challenges that we're facing associated with the fire and the flooding. The bottom graph now shows the funding mixture associated with the capital project. Ed showed the 7-year horizon of expenditures. This shows how we're funding it and the mixtures of different rate revenues, revenue bonds, grant funded, and the GEO bonds that we're hoping for. Now, one thing you notice is that the grant funded only shows to 2024, because that's what we're anticipating will occur. Now, we are hoping, we will be, staff, I know staff are diligent about looking for more grant funded. So if we get those sources of revenues, that means future rate increases wouldn't be as needed. But we can't count on that right now. We can't assume that we're going to get it. But we will try our best. I know staff is very diligent about that. So this chart here is the financial picture of the agency. Right over here is the reserve target that we would like to have. And this reserve target is to meet operating costs, to meet and also some emergencies that may occur in the future. Then what we have over here are the bars, which are the revenues coming in. And this darker color here, brown color, is associated with the GEO bonds and the revenues coming in for that to pay for those projects. The background now are all the different costs that are coming in. We have the operating costs, we have current debt, we have proposed debt, and we have the CIP projects. Because those projects are so substantial and so much, what happens is that the ending balance gets drawn down on. And as you notice, it's a negative slope, which is not good from a financial picture. So we're drawing on this reserve, and then by 2026, as you can see, it's negative. Yes?
Real quick, Councilmember Aslan has a question.
Yeah, thank you. Why do grants taper off after 2024?
Because that's what we know for sure we'll receive. We're hoping to get some more, but in this financial plan, we're assuming we don't have any. Now, if we do get them, that means that in the future, we don't have to do as much. But we know we will have grants for 2024. So as seen, the current revenues are not sufficient to pay for the increased operating costs, the flood mitigation response, and future capital expenditure. Significant rate increases will be needed to meet the stormwater obligation. And as I mentioned, we're going to be looking at two scenarios. The first is the GO bond, if approved in this November. Then some of the capital projects will be funded through property tax. Or in the second one is where the GO bond is not approved, and then all these projects will have to be funded through the stormwater fee. Excuse me. So these are now the proposed fees. These are the two scenarios. This is the GO bond approved, and this is not the GO bond approved. This is the current fee per ERU, which is $3.74. As you can see, there is a big jump here, and this is to deal with all the increase in operating costs, as I mentioned, all the capital projects that we need to do. A lot of these projects are front-loaded. This is the challenge that we're facing, is that we've had these fires, we've had all these situations, and now we have to react to it and absorb it. If we could delay projects, I know that that's not possible, but if we could, then we could smooth things out a little bit, but that's the challenge that we're facing. As you can see, these are the increases. They are more substantial in the front years, and then the out years are much more minor. These are the dollar increases over here, so you can see the changes in dollars. So you can see that, as I mentioned, in the out years, then it goes up by 36 cents approximately each year. But in the first 3 years or so is when you see the most substantial increases. By doing this, and this is the one where the voters approved the GO bonds, what happens now is these bars now are much more bigger. Everything else, the costs are the same, so these bars are bigger now. Then you see this line here now, and this is the ending balance, and as you can see, it's always above the red. And then by 2024, we're slightly above. And so the goal here is to be above it, and also, you know, when we award contracts, we need to have the money in the bank to award these projects, so we need to have this money to be able to do these large projects. This is now, if the GO bond's not approved, then a bit more substantial increases are needed, as I've shown before. So these bars are a little bit higher. You don't see the GO bonds now, that brown color anymore. And then this is the ending balance, as you see. And again, similar picture, but what we're trying to do is make sure we have enough money to pay for these large projects to be able to be executed, and then eventually get to a steady state where we're slightly above the ending balance. Of course, impacts to customers is one of the most important factors besides level of service, and maintaining this level is, well, what does this cost to our customers? What we have here is our current 3 ERU charge. That's the typical residential. As Ed mentioned, that's $11.22 per month. With the proposed, with scenario 1, where the GO bonds do get approved, then it'll be $19.64. Scenario 2, if the GO bonds do not get approved, then it'll be $25.25. You see the monthly change here and the annual change here too. We also looked at this on the commercial side, both for the big box and for the average restaurant. The big box typically has 220 ERUs. So as you can see, their monthly cost is $822. That will go up. With scenario 1 with 1,439 and some change, and scenario 2 will be 1,851. And then you can see the monthly charge, annual charge. For restaurants, typically most restaurants have 14 ERUs. That's $52.36. With the proposed scenario 1 will be $91.63. Without the GO bonds, it'll be $117.81. So we've talked about the financial obligations or the challenges of stormwater. We've talked about what this means to our customers. It's also good to take a step back and ask ourselves, what does this mean nationally in United States with stormwater? Ed talked about all the different stormwater utilities out here. And here's a chart that has that information. As mentioned, each agency is slightly different. It is a bit of apples, oranges, pineapples, and mangoes in the sense that they all have different levels of services. They're dealing with different things. Some are dealing with water quality issues with the salmon, some are not. Some are dealing with floods like you are. But you have the different costs here. Here's the current one. And then we normalized it to 1,000 square footage. That's the sort of the standard, but we normalized it for that. Then over here you see scenario 1, this is with the GO bonds being approved, and scenario 2 with the GO bonds not being approved. As you can see, you're one of the lowest currently in this survey, and all the different nuances as we mentioned. You'd be more in the middle of the pack or a little bit in the higher tiers. I suspect all these different agencies are also doing stormwater fees, and so that you'll see a little bit of a shift there that's occurring over time. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Ed to talk about the rate implementation schedule.
Thank you, Sanjay. So this slide gets nice. I like this slide because it gets shorter each time. As we continue to check things off, we get to make the table smaller. So obviously we're here today with this work session for the discussion. Tomorrow we'll put out that newspaper notice. There already has been one out. This will be the next notice for the public notice for the intent to make a rate adjustment. And then November 15th would be that first public hearing. November 29th would be the second read of the ordinance. And then if approved, it will be January 1st that the rate would be effective. So start of the year. So moving fast and furious on this, mostly because we have to. I'm just going to be honest. It's a lot of work to move this quickly, but it's needed, unfortunately, just due to the amount of financial backlog that we have within the stormwater section. So I mentioned some of this already in terms of community outreach. We will have that public hearing notice in the newspaper going out tomorrow. We do have a website, and I believe that's the next slide, that has, I hope it is, that has the rate adjustment on there, as well as some of the previous handouts and some of these talking points. There will be a virtual open house on, I really hope that we have this is the right slide deck. I might have to. Do have a virtual open house on October 26th at noon. It is the next slide? Okay. No, it's just not on this. Yeah, unfortunately, I put the wrong slide deck up here. So that's tomorrow. Tomorrow at noon, we do a virtual community forum on Teams. November 10th at 4 p.m. in person, we have a city council here in Chambers, as well as on Teams. November 14th at 6 p.m. Virtually on Microsoft Teams. And then we do have road shows going out. So we did talk to the Chamber of Commerce, and we'll be talking to NEU and are open, obviously. We sent it out to a lot of different groups. Those were the two that got back to us so far.
Seacrest, we just put Seacrest School on November 7th at 6 p.m. for a public meeting, in-person public hybrid meeting.
Okay, so Seacrest School as well as a hybrid meeting. Yeah, Lisa can help me with some of that as well. I apologize. We have a really great slide here, but it's just not the slide that we have up here on the dais. And with that, we're very much open for questions, discussion, both obviously from council as well as from the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. We do have 2 public speaker cards I'd like to get to. Joe Galley.
Thank you, Your Honor. Joe Galley, 101 West Route 66. I'm Senior Advisor for the Greater Flagstaff Chamber of Commerce. And right before I hit the Senior Advisor of Public Policy, that is, right before I hit the podium, I handed the clerk a handout that I hope you will find helpful in relation to my remarks tonight, and I will refer to the handout in a little bit. I'm here tonight on direction of the Greater Flagstaff Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors, which met this afternoon and voted to oppose this fee and its schedule in any form and any path as proposed by staff tonight moving forward. We are extremely concerned with the economic damage that the fee hike will do, taking roughly $80 million out of the private sector over the next 10 years. And there are a number of reasons why we're concerned about the devastating impact to the economy with this 300% tax increase. One is that it hits residents in several ways. It's not just a tax on you at home at your residence. It's a tax on commercial as well. And commercial will be passed along in higher food costs and higher clothing costs and higher retail costs for anything else as landlords raise their rents. They're already raising rents at massive rates given the massive inflation that we're facing currently over the last 10 months. I wanted to point to the presentation tonight. This entity has been involved collecting fees from the public for 19 years and didn't point to one capital improvement project that's been completed in that 19 years when it was originally established to do so, and hasn't pointed to one successful capital improvement project after already collecting a fee for 19 years. And I happen to know that several projects in this town, stormwater related, were funded in previous CIPs by mayors and councils and then not completed for whatever reason. And so we have a major distrust with this particular utility as it currently sits, and don't trust you to use additional funds that you would take from the public to get the job done moving forward. And then finally, because I'm running out of time here, I will point to the handout that I shared with you tonight. Congressman Tom O'Halloran was in our chamber boardroom right after Mr. Schenck last Thursday and provided the Infrastructure Investment Jobs Act handout. And under wildfire mitigation and recovery, it says here, and this is from the federal act that passed almost a year ago that the chamber supported, by the way, and worked and lobbied for in bipartisan fashion. $300 million in funding for the Emergency Watershed Protection Program to help local communities recover after wildfires. And so, Your Honor, I would ask you to consider other means of funding at this time and work with us moving forward on a better schedule. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Council, do we have a question? Councilmember Shimoni, and then Councilmember Sells.
Joe, good to see you.
Your Honor, Councilman Shimoni, it's very nice to see you.
Welcome back. Glad you're here.
Your Honor, Councilman Shimoni, thank you. I spent my own little time here. Apologize.
Joe, I appreciate you being here and sharing your thoughts and concerns with us. I am curious, you mentioned the $80 million that would go towards this from businesses and whatnot. Do you see any value in how those monies would be spent to protect homeowners and businesses?
Your Honor and Councilman Shimoni, there is no question that there is a tremendous need in this community to mitigate fire-related flood problems related to mostly pipeline and museum. And many of our residents and business owners have had their homes impacted greatly. And it's nice to know that Congressman O'Halloran and Senator Sinema and Senator Kelly in a bipartisan fashion moved to pass billions of dollars in infrastructure relief. And then ironically enough, Your Honor, Councilman Shimoni, I reached out to Congressman O'Halloran's office on Friday and confirmed that this money that I referred to here in this handout tonight is designated, as it read, for only 4 states in the United States, specifically for that mitigation that we know this community needs. And we're excited to work with you and staff to help go get those funds in an expeditious amount of time so that we can avoid having to adopt this very large fee in an expeditious fashion. But, Your Honor, Councilman Shimoni, there's no question that the community has flood mitigation needs related to the massive two events that just happened, yes.
Were you tuning into the council-county joint meeting?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, Councilman Shimoni, could you repeat that?
I was just asking, were you able to tune into the county-city council joint meeting?
And Your Honor, Councilman Shimoni, I did not yesterday.
Okay.
I believe that was yesterday.
It was about a week ago, I believe.
did not.
But it was raised that there was about, I think, $140 million of funding needed for flood mitigation and whatnot. And so I'm just curious to hear your thoughts about that, but that's okay since you weren't there. I think you answered my questions. Thank you.
Your Honor, Councilman Shimoni, thank you.
You, Councilmember Shimoni. Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Galley, for being here and expressing the view of the Chamber Board. So actually, you asked a part of my question about is the Chamber willing to assist or even support the city in securing part of this $300 million in funding for the Emergency Watershed Protection Program to help local communities recover after wildfires, since we're sharing the pot with other 3 states. What other measures, pardon me for putting you on the spot right now, what other measures can the chamber recommend in seeking additional dollars to, well, immediately fund the $2.2 million in terms of increased operating costs due to detention base and maintenance, and that's just one aspect of it. Right now, we have about $5 million in need to mitigate flooding on 180, which is an ADOT owned and operated major roadway. So just kind of being creative here, and if you don't want us to pass this water rate development, this financial plan, what other measures can we think of to fill up the funding gap?
Yeah, Your Honor and Councilman Salas, I think my presence here tonight and my initial remarks are a good sign on to you all that the business community is very concerned about the current state of the economy and what the immediate impacts of this proposed fee hike would be on the local economy, impacting all residents. And it's just come up now. We just had the presentation last Thursday from Mr. Schenk with this fee schedule. And I took immediate action to reach, well, actually, Congressman O'Halloran attended our Business Advocacy Division meeting kind of fortuitously, if you will, immediately after Mr. Schenk's presentation, and then his staff got their deputy chief of staff in touch with me Friday afternoon to further educate us on this federal monies that were designated for 4 states for wildfire mitigation, flooding, and so forth, to the tune of $300 million. So I'm here tonight bringing that to your attention and asking and offering to help facilitate that monies as quickly as possible, or a portion of those monies, to offset this current fee schedule. And I'm asking you, Your Honor, Councilwoman Salas, to not move forward with the current fee schedule as it's proposed, but to work with the chamber and the business community and the rest of the residents in this community on a different solution. And what that solution looks like, I couldn't say at the moment, but I would add that we would be open to a revised fee schedule that includes increases in the stormwater utility fee. Your Honor, Councilwoman Salas, I would add that we have stood before you here and supported all of the city's efforts to complete the Rio de Flag flood control project from its inception, of which I have been a member or acting member of the chamber in support of, and have led the Chamber's Board of Directors in support of that, including the fee increase in 2019, which I believe some of you on this council may have voted for under former Mayor Coral Evans. I would add that we were in favor of the federal monies that were obtained by the previous council, and I would add that Just tonight, I was very happy to see that, and I think it's just a tremendous news that we have added 3 key staff members under the city manager, and those positions have been filled and will be here shortly, one of which includes a man of, it looks like, extreme talent in the engineering realm, which will help facilitate some of the community's immediate needs as it relates to flood control, especially the Rio de Flag in wake of Mr. Barrett's absence and retirement. So we are on standby to continue in the discussion. However, I've been asked to be with you this evening by the Chamber's Board of Directors and share with you that the current proposal would be a non-starter for the business community.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. Thank you, Mr. Galley. I do have a couple questions for you. So you do agree that these projects need to be done?
Your Honor, I absolutely understand that there are tremendous flood control mitigation needs related to the fires. I'm happy to see that we've made the progress that we have to date on the detention basin, Killip Elementary, for instance. You know, one of our board members is a key engineer in this community and has played a vital role in establishing what current mitigation has been established since the museum fire took place, and is working on mitigation related to the pipeline fire. So we are acutely aware of the need, correct?
Thank you. And I just will note that the $300 million funding for the EWPP, the pipeline fire alone is a cost of $150 million to our greater community, just to get our infrastructure back in place. And on top of that, that doesn't include the museum fire flood, and that doesn't include any future fire. Now, I want to access every penny we can from the federal government, but under the federal regulations, they will pay 75%. We still have to come up with 25%. So when we run the numbers for a lot of these projects, we still have to have cash on hand. Now, I'll just say I am open to ideas on how to pay for that, but we do have to have local resources to put down to make this work. So if we're not going to increase fees, we have to take it from somewhere else within the city government. So just throwing out an idea here, would the Chamber of Commerce potentially consider going to the voters and redirecting our sales tax from transportation and cut transportation infrastructure projects like Lone Tree, J.W. Powell, to be able to redirect that towards these purposes? Because again, it has to come from somewhere. So if we're not going to increase fees, we're not going to increase taxes, where would you suggest, or the Chamber suggest, we get these dollars here locally?
Your Honor, thank you for the very good question. I'll start by saying that the Chamber Board of Directors has publicly supported Prop 441. We are in support of the geo-bonding and the water improvements that will come. Hopefully that will pass. And then I would say I couldn't answer your question specifically about taking a position on moving some previously voter-approved tax monies, whether they be bonds and or tax funds and sales tax to this specific need. However, we'd be open to a discussion with mayor and council and city staff to go down a path and see what that looked like, provided that it had less of an impact on the community. I think we'd be open to it than what has been proposed this evening.
Thank you, and I do appreciate your advocacy for the business community. I know that this is a lot of sticker shock factor associated. It's just we also have a very large sticker shock for how much these projects are going to cost us, what matching funds we need to have, and more importantly, even with the Prop 441 dollars, we need ongoing costs. I mean, it nearly costs as much to dredge out the detention basins as it did to build it in the first place. And that the federal government doesn't help with that. We have to have ongoing funds for maintenance.
Your Honor, if I could make a comment in
Certainly.
response to that, thank you. We are very fortunate, I think, in this community. We have some tremendous volunteers. One of our volunteers, who's an active member of the Greater Flagstaff Chamber of Commerce, is now heading up the Water Commission. and that individual has kept us apprised of the city's and the community's larger water needs beyond what Prop 441 will help alleviate. And we are concerned, I will share, about the future, about 5 to 10 years to 15 years out, based on what we're hearing from the city's water commission. So we know that there are tremendous financial needs to make improvements to systems here in the community, and we want to have a fair and honest discussion with the elected body, as well as staff, as well as the community, and work together to solve these long-term with a plan that makes financial sense for everybody. We think this not only is a little bit of sticker shock, but it's also a little bit of whiplash for us to see it on the docket for 15 November and 29 November, and implementation 01/01/23. And that's why I'm here this evening at the direction of the board to ask for, I guess, a reconsideration of the current schedule and an opportunity to work with electeds and staff on an appropriate solution that can be implemented as quickly as possible.
Understood. Well, I would gladly meet with the chamber and the board to discuss it. In my mind, we absolutely have to get these projects done. There's no question in my mind. If there's some alternatives, I am 100% all ears to see what other options there are out there. This is what has been presented as the most direct option, given that it is stormwater fees for stormwater infrastructure. So, I mean, we're not making a decision tonight. This will be coming back November 15th, and just would like to speak with you and the board, see what other options that you all could provide before we move forward. But we do need to move forward with something, and we also have a very short timeline, especially as these federal monies are available, but we have to have the money on hand to pay that 25% to get these investments into our community. And we also do have to prepare for next monsoon season, especially without as much of the financial support as we've experienced from the flood control district in the past.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for me?
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So I am a small business owner, and my rent is going up, my utilities are going up. But at the same time, I look at this and we don't really have a choice. I mean, these are projects that absolutely have to get done. So I'm, along with Mayor, you know, if we can have a conversation and hear some ideas that you might have. But in the meantime, we have to keep moving forward. We can't put this on pause and hope that something magically comes up. So I would love to hear some ideas from you so that we can keep tackling these issues. And we've had great conversations in the past, and I'd like to continue with that.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Vice Mayor Sweet. I am excited to be here and to take questions and to share thoughts with you from the business community on this very important item. Again, I'll just reiterate, the way the fee is proposed as it sits tonight from staff is unacceptable to the Greater Flagstaff Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here on behalf of the board to express that to you and ask you to reconsider your path forward and to offer solutions and to say that, you know, we're happy to work together hand in hand to help go get the federal money. Your Honor, to your point about the 25%, I'm keenly aware of that because we agreed to the stormwater fee increase in 2019 that provided the city the matching funds to get that $53 million from the Army Corps in an appropriation. So we are acutely aware of the process at the federal level, and having lived and worked on the Hill and having friends in Congress who are not from Arizona, but committees and do various things, I'm happy to offer my personal assistance to help get things moving in Washington as quickly as we can. Your Honor, Vice Mayor Sweet, thank you. We are aware that you are one of our outstanding downtown business members, and you do have a keen eye for the community. But again, I would reiterate that this fee schedule as it's proposed is very concerning for the local business community, and we feel like it would have a real negative effect on the economy.
Thank you, Sir. Councilman Roslin, were you wanting to?
Sure. Hi, Joe. How are you? I appreciate you bringing the message of the chamber to us. It's an important voice in our community. It's an essential voice to have at the table. And I've said this before, and I'll continue saying it. I think good faith tension is always, it makes us stronger, smarter, and on a better forward path together. So I don't want to belittle the concerns that you're bringing to us. I do have a couple questions for you, though, and partially this is, just trying to make a point, but I'm genuinely curious about the answers that you might provide us. The first is, when do you think the forest fires are going to stop and new flooding is going to cease and desist in our community?
Your Honor, Councilman Aslan, it's great to see you. Thanks for having me this evening, and thanks for the good questions. I like to think I'm somewhat of a prognosticator. Every now and again, having the political background that I do, I relish the opportunity to prognosticate. Your Honor, Councilman Aslan, however, in this scenario, I couldn't say. This region has been prone to forest fires for hundreds of years, and the community has experienced major impact fires, of course, recently in the last few years, but think back to the Eldon fire and fires before that have been catastrophic in our community. We live in a community that is the largest national forest in the country, maybe in the world, I don't know, but it certainly is in the country. And I think to this body's credit, the entity and the community, to the community's credit, after the Schultz fire, went and moved quickly to get federal funding to provide flood mitigation, and did so very successfully as it related to Schultz. And it was unfortunate. We actually had a flood impact a family with the loss of a young person that was a direct event from that Schultz fire. And so I think everybody at that time in 2010 was keenly aware of the need for quick mitigation. And then on the heels of that, we have seen these two catastrophic events. And so we know I'm not here to say that we don't have a need. I'm here to say let's find a way to work together to find a better solution than what's been proposed tonight to tackle this need immediately.
Okay, thank you, Joe. I do appreciate that. And another question for you, not to belabor the point, but just to keep the conversation going here a little bit. I understand that your membership gets a lot of emails of great concern and worry about this, and that you're feeling a sense of whiplash. I really do. I wonder how many emails your constituency and how many emails you get in your inbox from concerned residents on Stevana Way wondering when the flooding is going to stop in their house. I wonder how many emails you're getting from constituents on the east side in the Sunnyside neighborhood in that wash coming down, watching Priuses go down their street and wondering when they can take their sandbags down.
Yeah, Your Honor and Councilman Aslan, as I mentioned before, we have some members of the chamber, some leaders at the chamber that are on the board of directors that are in the engineering fields that are working on both of those flood mitigation projects. And then we have some construction folks that happen to be involved as well that are doing detention cleanup and other cleanup within the community. And so we're keenly aware of the impacts and understand that residents wouldn't necessarily email us with the complaints, but we're hearing from our folks involved in the current process on the business side about those residents who are very concerned. And so that's why I'm here tonight, to share with you that we are again acutely aware of the need and understand that it has to be tackled as soon as possible. We're just very concerned with the proposal tonight, especially in wake of the congressman and the infrastructure bill and the $300 million that's on the table that is specifically stated to provide funds for this community's current needs, as it's written in the infrastructure bill that was drafted and passed by a bipartisan Congress and signed by President Biden last October, early November. And so we're here to offer whatever we can do to walk down a path together, again, that gets this need addressed as quickly as possible without placing as large a burden that's has been proposed on our community in this rate fee hike.
Well, I very much appreciate the offer. I appreciate you, and again, I appreciate the voice that the chamber brings to these conversations. It's a real voice out there, and it's important to have at the table. I'm not convinced that your offer to sit down and work things out with us is going to seal the deal and close the gap. I don't think that the city of Flagstaff would be coming to us with this sticker shock and this whiplash conversation and the urgency surrounding it if there were other viable paths forward in the short term. So while I welcome you guys at the table and I really want to hear from you, and we're always smarter when we're in a conversation together, I do feel that we're being asked to do something very uncomfortable, and everybody knows it's uncomfortable. None of us want to be in this position. So I just ask you to take that message back to your constituency and your membership, that this is a tough situation, and it's brought on by a lot of things. And it's decades in the making, and this is a can that's been kicked down the road for far too long. And if this triggers us to have some really innovative conversations, that's wonderful. But we're here because we haven't been having these conversations up until now, and our residents are suffering. I understand that our businesses are going to be hard hit by this as well, but our residents need the support from the city and the business community. And I thank you for bringing that to them in the ways that you're able. And I thank you for voicing your concerns where you do have them.
Your Honor, Councilman Aslan, thank you so much, and appreciate the acknowledgement of the impact on the community as this rate hike stands. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Any other questions from council?
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Andy Fernandez?
All right, well, we have a little rebuttal session here because Joe, he's always been a lying hypocrite. You know, I've known him for over a decade and a half. And I know the Chamber of Commerce, and I know the manipulation here is ongoing because the scenario is it's an election season. They're coming here to campaign. You heard the names. You heard them talking about, hey, I can bring this to the table. I have some connections in Congress. Okay, well, I ran for Congress. I went to the Secretary of State in Phoenix, Arizona. Who was the Secretary of State? Jan Brewer. It was the newly formed Congressional District 1. Now, they gave me lies that they didn't know how many numbers I would need to run as an independent. I said, what? Come on. Legally, by law, when they're putting this scenario on the table, they've already had to go through these other procedures. They have to know how many signatures are required for any candidate, be it independent, libertarian, Green Party, Republican, or any other. Now, you know, the interesting thing, I said, okay, well, then how much do the Republicans need? And you're talking, in that time, Arizona had not even a million people in the state of Arizona. They said 946,229 signatures for me as an independent. But as for a Republican, 486,245. And a Democrat, well, 23% less. Let's round up to 25% less. That's what they told me. But that was 7.5 months, 8 months after the fact. You know, because I kept on asking, well, we don't know that this is the lies the Republicans do. And a lot of people who have their hands in the pocket. It ain't just the Republicans, it's the Democrats. So here we have, I remember, Alan, we were discussing this scenario a while back when I was out there hunting and hiking and scouting. SRP has signs. That's what we need to address. SRP has signs that they have private property that is not to be assessed or trespassed by anybody. The water that is facilitated to that goes to SRP down in the valley. Now, so that's 38% of the water resources that we're losing that belongs to the city of Flagstaff. So that's to feed the metropolitan area and their big conglomeration of the realtors and developers and all these big housing units and apartments and strip malls. And you know, the really pathetic scenario is in 2008, the Republicans and the realtors decided, hey, you know, the prices dropped down so much on these units, we have to make an excuse. So they said, they're too old, they're dilapidated, let's bulldoze them down and bam, jack them up. And they say there's no materials. Like I just told you a couple of weeks ago, In 20 years, we have the most fires, the most expensive fires, the most hazardous to life and property. But on the same token, on the other side, we have still enough fuel out there. The F4, whatever, that's supposed to facilitate the scenario with the Senate, to defend the trees hasn't even gotten to 30%. Yeah, we have a situation here where the Northern Arizona home builders, in collusion with facilitated to corrupt the Nazi illegal redlining, in collusion with many of the Republican Nazi politicians, like O'Halloran, who also opposes racial diversity, instead chooses to confirm against with
Thank you, Andy.
mega hats, but disallows
Thank you,
affirmative
Andy.
action. But the scenario is actually
Thank you, Andy.
vote no on 441 and 442.
Thank you, Andy. Your 3
No,
minutes
I
is
don't
up.
even, you gave him, this is the third time you've given someone else on a public comment
He
time.
received
You've given him 12 to
questions.
15
You're
times.
allowed to
I got 3
respond with
minutes. You gave him
questions.
over 17 minutes. That's illegal.
He was able to,
Yeah.
he was responding to questions.
Yes,
You're allowed
no,
to
he
continue
wasn't.
to
No, he
speak
wasn't.
with the
Like I said,
questions.
go look and read the tape. That's the third time you've done this.
You're allowed to be able to respond to questions, but at this time, your 3 minutes is up.
Well, you look at the Bush oil industry. That gas price went
Thank
from
you, Andy.
89 cents in 2 years to 2002 to $1.89.
Thank you, Andy. We
And
have
now
some
again, now
questions
the
of our
Republicans
staff
jack
at
it up
this point.
to $4 and change, and they're saying it's the Democrats? No.
Thank you. All right, Ed, I know we have a couple questions for you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So a question. We heard from Mr. Galley about some alternatives that he wants to look into. For you, for the stormwater rate assessment, if we don't go down this road as proposed, what alternatives do you maybe see in the future? And what would the ramifications be to our community if we do not do this assessment?
Great question. I feel like those are probably two separate questions. I'll answer the first one, well, the second one first, if that makes sense. I think it's an easier one to answer. So if we do not do a rate adjustment, we will have to drastically change our level of service. As Sanjay showed on the rate model, if we are to continue to operate as we are in a negative path. We will be essentially in the red, if you will, in the stormwater section by 2026. And that was actually published in the AZ Daily Sun when we brought that forward. I forget which meeting we brought that forward with. So really what we'd have to do is either find another funding source or most likely we'd have to drastically change that level of service. We have to remember, even if we don't do any capital projects, we still have sandbags out there, we still have barrier out there. That comes at a considerable cost. So the short-term mitigations come at a considerable cost. We spent, don't remember exactly, it was well over $1 million last year, and that was with considerable county support. This year it was, well, again, over $1 million in flood response, with also considerable county support, despite the fact that they had over 45 flood events on the east side. We are hearing the message loud and clear that due to their burden on the east side, we will not be receiving that same level of support moving forward. It's just the reality of the situation. You know, it's brought up today, the $150 million of need in the area. That cannot be downplayed. That number did not come out of thin air. That's been really looked at by a number of engineers throughout the community, regional engineers, as well as regional flood experts. So there is a substantial ask there. So I don't know if that really answered the question, other than to say that we're going to have to drastically change our expectations with the community of what it look like moving forward if we do not adjust our income to meet the need or to meet the level of service. And then, shoot, I'm sorry, it's getting a little late. What was the first part of the question?
I can barely remember. Do you have any alternatives in your discussions with your department on kind of like what Joe Galley was saying? You know, is there some other way? Is there a different path forward?
I might rely a little bit on Rick Tatter for this one. I will say just in my realm, which is mostly the engineering technical realm, we are obviously very much tied in with the federal funding process as well as the state funding process. EWP is a phenomenal program. That is what funded the majority of those detention basins this year to the tune of roughly $2.2 million. So we did see community benefit from the EWP process. Last year, EWP was awarded to the county for museum fire improvements, and we're still seeing that today. So the alluvial fan restorations that are just being finished up on the north side of Mount Eldon Estates, that was partially funded through NRCS funds, as well as Forest Service funds. So we do appreciate EWP. At the moment, it is, to my knowledge, exhausted. We do have another request in for $900,000, a Spruce Wash, no, sorry, Schultz Creek channel improvements, not improvements, channel stabilization downstream of Eldon Lookout Road and upstream of Highway 180. That is waitlisted due to a lack of funding in EWP at the moment, as well as, I believe, up to 10 projects on the county side that are also waitlisted. They did receive over $2 million, the county received over $2 million this year from EWP for short-term mitigation, so emergency mitigation in terms of sandbags and barrier due to those 45 flood events on the east side. So are there funding opportunities out there? Yes, there are. Are they at the tune of what we're asking for? It's going to be very difficult to find that. I'm just going to be honest. FEMA is a very slow process. We were able to get one of our 2019 grants finally awarded this year. The other 2019 grant, even though it's technically awarded, we do not have a signed agreement with FEMA. We've been waiting 6 months on that. We have 4 grants with FEMA from last year's flood events that are actually meant to go to this community due to the federal declaration. Those have not even been reviewed at the FEMA level yet. They're still stuck in state review. So just trying to give some idea of timelines on that, it tends to be extremely slow with federal funding, with the exclusion of EWP. EWP really is a very fast project or program. We love it. Unfortunately, it has been fully expended, to my knowledge, within the 4-state area. Rick, do you want to speak to any of the other potential? I mean, some of these are outside of my wheelhouse of potential other ways to fund it.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, Rick Tatter, Management Service Director. We looked at options as far as how we can do these rates, doing a flat increase over several years versus what we need to get in resources today. You'll also, if you read the report, there is a lot of debt funding on this to make sure we get the cash up front. It's not like cash is going to appear once these rates are here. It's a combination. Debt we got to issue to address capital needs we have now. And it probably wasn't really mentioned that this is not all the capital improvements the stormwater program needs. The Schultz gets us to kill up. There's still things we would like to work and mitigate south of there. And there's many community needs with the NEMAD study that we won't be able to get to in the next 7 years. So the value, with this proposal, and if we are successful on getting federal funding, that's our advantage to bring other projects in and address more impacts in our community, where we're having flooding, more infrastructure, and addressing those, delivering those services. Alternatively, if you go to a lower rate or you try and phase the rate over time, to get the same amount of resources, in the end, you're going to have higher rates. If you don't have the cash now, you will have higher rates in the end of the 7-year period. So is that appropriate either? So it's a balance where we try to get to and have those conversations of where do we need those resources now? It's just very difficult to, without knowing we have grants, to plug those in. Does that help?
It does. Thank you.
Okay.
You both helped.
Councilmember Hassler?
May I? Thank you. I don't know if this is a question for Ed or Rick. I'll ask it of Ed. So it's kind of a hypothetical, but I do have a genuine question here. Let's say it's a summer of 2025 and it's a windy day and Rick Tatter needs to burn some material in the forest. So, okay, yeah, unfair. We like to pick on Rick. My point is, so we have another unpredictable, massive wildfire a couple years from now that burns a new watershed, creates a whole new flood problem for different areas of town. Congress is controlled by Republicans. There's no new infrastructure spending. There's no new massive federal funding coming down the pipeline. How renewable are these funds that we're enjoying right now and the federal pool of money that has recently become available for us to tackle new problems that we know are going to unpredictably, randomly appear just beyond the horizon? And how important is it that we do something here locally in order to cover for what we know is going to be a dearth of funding in the foreseeable future, new funding?
I think I know where you're coming from on this. There is nothing predictable about federal funding. I'll just say that right now. An example of that is BRIC funding. And that's why I have no hair. So that's the Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities. Sounds great. It's a FEMA grant. It was funded at $2.3 billion last year. 0 of that went to Arizona. 0 of that went to New Mexico. 0 of that went to Colorado. 0 of that went to Nevada. So that all went to hurricanes. We had a big hurricane this year. I can tell you right now, I'd put all my money on it. I don't have much, but I'd put all my money on it that Arizona will get no FEMA money from BRIC or FMA this year due to Hurricane Ian. So I think where you're coming from is what's the importance of local funding, whatever that may be. I think from a resiliency standpoint, we have to have a local source of funding if we want to address local issues. Federal funding is amazing. It's a great thing to have, as is state funding. We do actually get some state funding out of the Department of Forest and Fire Management, DFFM, but it's never guaranteed. And it does, that funding source, whichever that is, whether that's Army Corps, FEMA, FHWA, so Federal Highway Administration, that does ebb and flow by the Congress and administration that's within. And sometimes we have very flush federal reserves for these type of projects, and sometimes we do not. So it is something that's really kind of set by Congress and the administration, the presidential administration at the time. Does that answer the question, or am I kind of tangential on it?
Oh, it certainly does, and it matches my thinking on this, and it doesn't bother me at all to telegraph to council that, you know, as uncomfortable as this is going to be, I feel that we're trapped, we're painted into a corner here. We're not, you know, it's wonderful for the chamber to come to the table and say, we have connections at the federal level and we can help usher these federal dollars along. When we know that these federal dollars probably aren't going to be available in the same way as they have been very recently. And it's very important for us not to get sort of, well, I'll avoid a turn of phrase, but it's important for us not to get addicted to these federal funds. They're not a sure thing. That IV drip will dry up. And we need to have resources available, not only to play catch up for the things that are long overdue for us now, but for these future catastrophes that will happen and don't come with all sorts of wonderful opportunities to pay for.
Thank you, Councilmember Aslan. Councilmember McCarthy?
Well, thank you, Mayor. I trust that staff in the present tense will get whatever state and local funding they can, and that will happen in the future. And based on that trust, I am supportive of the rate increase as presented tonight. And I think nobody's spoken to it directly, but this idea of increasing the maximum units per household from 5 to 10, I think it was, I'm supportive of that also. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much, Ed, for the presentation, and this has been a very thoughtful conversation tonight. I just want to clarify and see if you can maybe go, well, no, it was the wrong slide, but if you can maybe just reiterate the dates for the community forums that you're aware of at this point.
Yeah, I apologize for having the wrong slide deck up. As you know, we're going fast and furious between this and bond committee, so I feel like my backpack has about 800 different slides in there. Do you have it? Thank you. Okay, so to reiterate, we have on October 26th, tomorrow at noon, we have a virtual meeting on Teams. And is that on the, Lisa, do you know if that's on the website?
Yes, this is all on the website. It was posted on September 30th.
Okay, so this is on the website, and if you don't have the website up, I apologize. It's www.flagstaff.az.gov/stormwater-rate-adjustment. So there will be a link on that. On November 7th, there is a hybrid meeting, so that is at Seacrest School on Highway 180, and that is at 6 p.m. So it's hybrid, both Teams and in person. November 10th at 4 p.m., we have an in-person and also on Teams meeting here at Council Chambers. And November 14th at 6 p.m., we also have another virtual on Microsoft Teams community forum. We are also open to presentations to various community groups. As mentioned, we sent that out to, I think, about 15. Yeah, so, and the ones that we did get responses back from was the Chamber of Commerce, and then also NAU.
And we went through economic vitality.
Lisa, can I have you come up to the
Yeah, yeah.
Hi, Lisa Dean, Management Analyst for Flagstaff Water Services. We did send out our list, our invitation for roadshows to the Economic Vitality Division, and they've sent it out to all of their people, so we're starting to hear back from them that would want presentations on this. So we're open to any additional presentations or any additional discussions, but right now we just have the 4 forums, and we have one at NAU on October 31st, and that will be a virtual Teams meeting. So if it's posted on our website, we're pushing it through, excuse me, through the city webpage that's been posted, and our social media as well. And if you would like to share that love, we'll be happy to help support that as well.
All right, thank you so much. And yes, I appreciate you sharing that again. Really, the reason that I asked that question is because this is a very challenging conversation and it's very tough. I know, though, that in the past our community has come to bat for itself and come to the table when facing these situations. And so I think it's important not to overlook the importance of those opportunities for them to come out and tell us where they actually are in this conversation, and for us to hold on some of our decisions until we hear some of that conversation. I don't want to jump to conclusions on the basis of any one particular stakeholder group before we've heard from the community that's really going to be impacted by this. So thank you for sharing that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Schmone.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ed and Rick and team for your presentation and your work on this. Couple comments, couple questions. The timeline, how rigid is that in terms of the implementation of the effective date of the rate potentially? Is that something that could be a little bit flexible, or is that something that we really need to be moving forward with as of the first?
That's a great question. We did actually take a look at that just in the last week. And unfortunately, due to the amount of debt that we already have that we're servicing, we can push it back. I mean, we can do anything. We can push it back, but that will require likely a higher rate just to meet that debt. So the reason why we're moving this quickly is the fact that we were responding last year, to those 4 events with the same stormwater rate as before we had the museum fire. And we were responding even before that, between 2019 and 2020 in terms of sandbags and barrier. So there is quite a bit in terms of, if you will, backlog of costs. And because of that, I mean, we can move it back. Obviously, that's an option, but it's going to be an option that comes at a cost just due to the amount of debt that we have right now.
Do you think between now and the first of the new year, there might be enough time to sit down with the chamber, maybe with some key staff, and explore alternatives. Just because.
Well, yeah, definitely. I wouldn't say just because. I mean, we are definitely not tone deaf here. I mean, we know that this is a big ask of the community, including the business community. There's no doubt about that. And I'd be more than happy to sit down again with the chamber and with anybody who's willing to sit down and to talk about options. I think that's worth doing. But I will be honest that there's only so many options to fund stormwater.
Totally. So maybe rather than expanding the timeline, just trying to get with the chamber sooner than later, maybe ideally within the month. I'm going to volunteer the mayor and the vice mayor to go to those meetings. You're welcome, and thank you. Appreciate your service. And looking forward to hear how those conversations go, but I think it is important to do as much as we can to collaborate with the chamber and explore alternatives. 100%. I know that our team is always looking for alternative ways to fund things. So just maybe adding a couple more meetings would be worthwhile. With the Rio de Flag, I think a big reason as to why that project is finished is because the city put their money where their mouth's at. I think Councilmember Aslan spoke to that. And I'm very, very proud of this community for stepping up and being the resilient community that we are. So that Rio de Flag project, I don't think would have gone through if it wasn't for the community paying up, quite frankly. Is there any, you might have spoken to this, Ed, but can you remind me, is there a way to phase in this new rate that isn't so kind of upfront?
It's a great question, and we looked at that as well, and we can continue to look at that. But and I believe Rick mentioned this briefly, the fact that we have so much front-loaded need in terms of, obviously NEMAD study, stuff like that. We've known about that for 12 years. So does that need to be addressed next year? That'd be great, but it can actually be staged out, 5, 6, 7 years. But the things like the post-fire work, so pipeline fire, museum fire, where we have people that have sandbags that are 3 feet tall, or you heard about the citizens petition for one particular project. Those types of needs, it'd be very hard to phase in the rate due to that, what I mentioned before, the debt, to phase in a rate and actually get that same level of service. We can do it by reducing the level of service, or we can do it like what Rick mentioned earlier. We can phase it in. We can do a linear, slow adjustment up. But the problem with that, if you will, is at the end of the day, and by the end of the day we mean 5, 6, 7 years out, you're going to end up with a higher rate than if we front load that. And the reason why is because we're going to have to do more debt servicing, which means that we're going to have to pay more interest on that debt.
I totally see what you're saying. Okay, so scratch that. I'm on board. I think that, to become the resilient community that we want to be, this is extremely critical. I hope that we're working with Sarah, our PIO, to communicate and let the public know what is going on and why, especially that why factor, because if they don't, they might just see that sticker shock and there might be a little bit of a small uproar in town. But if they understand that this is the best way to move forward and to protect our community at the same time and be proactive and keep that level of service high as our community expects of us, I think that this would be an easier pill to swallow for all of for everyone. Last thing on my list here, City Manager, I wanted just to give you a chance to weigh in. There's been a lot that's been shared and discussed, and just wanted to see if there's any insights that you had to share that you'd like to speak up about.
Thank you, Council Member. Thank you for a thoughtful discussion. I have many of the same questions that I've heard articulated tonight, and in the time we've been meeting, have asked staff to convene with me and the consultant to talk about timeline and to talk about the amount of front-loading that exists here, and I think a little bit of a deeper dive into how much of this is necessitated by existing debt and the type of higher rate that I've just heard expressed that would be required if it was pushed back. I would like to have more discussion as well about the the assumption in the graphs that we saw that federal funding will just be terminated by 2024. I don't know any more than anybody here what the future holds for federal funding, but I think it would behoove us to look back on what our track record has been for federal funding over decades, maybe the past 10 or 15 or 20 years. That has been through many administrative changes in Washington and many economic upswings and downturns, and maybe use that as an average to make an assumption as to what we would realize going forward. I personally, and I haven't chatted with staff about this, but I think it's a flawed assumption that all federal funds will just dissipate in 2 years. I don't think history has borne that out. I'd like to explore that a little bit more. That said, the urgency of this and the severity of it is not to be debated. I'm just more interested in having some deeper discussion on timing, on the front loading, and on the assumption being made about federal funding. And I am close to the need. I have, like all of you, like many of us, we've been out in the neighborhoods. We've been deploying the sandbags. We've been overseeing the projects. We've been securing the funding. None of this is new to us. It is a front burner issue and will remain as such. But I was not aware that the expediency in which this rate study has been moving forward. I was aware of the rate study, but I haven't had time to digest the numbers. In fact, I just recently saw the numbers. I would like a little more time. As a city manager, I would like a little more time to look at rates that will most certainly have shock upon our community at a time when minimum wage is being increased and at a time when inflation is probably the highest it's been since the Great Recession. So I'd like some more time internally to huddle with the staff and look into these possibilities. Thanks.
Thank you, City Manager, for your comments and your leadership on this. That's all. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Mr. City Manager, for that comment. And again, gratitude to our consultants and, of course, our water services, stellar water services team. Sitting here thinking out loud, and I'd like to go on record to seek state funding. Right now, we have a forecast of $4 billion in terms of state budget surplus. We have a new governor that will be elected soon, and we have about 1/3 of change in terms of the composition of the state legislature at the Senate and the House. It is perfect time for Team Flagstaff to come up with some shovel-ready projects for capital improvement and directly ask our state representatives, our delegation, and even all the way to the state Senate and appropriations committees at both levels, and ask them for, the 12.7 million capital improvement projects that we need funding. But these projects need to be shovel-ready, maybe not all of the 12.7 million, but the immediate project that needs to be funded, and just seeking that, exploring that possible route that can work in our favor with changes in the leadership at the Capitol and at the legislature.
Thank you. All right. With that, we will see you back here in a couple weeks on this subject, and definitely continue to engage in public outreach. And I think it's going to be real important for Sarah and us to get some more information out there about what this is, and before Shimoni talks, maybe even a video, I don't know. But take your thunder. Anyways, I think we're solid for this evening. Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Sanjay. Thank you, everyone, to Lisa, too, taking care of this.
All right, thank
This
you, everyone.
beast. All right.
Much appreciated.
All right. We don't have anyone for general public participation, I don't see.
No, Mayor, we do not. We are passing along a written comment for public participation.
Okay, thank you. And then we're down to agenda item 12, informational items 2 from mayor, council, and city manager, and future agenda item requests. Councilmember Salas, do you want to kick us off?
Okay, Mr. Mayor, this week is the anniversary of the Coconino County Children and Youth. It's their anniversary, and then I think on November 5th is the Flagstaff Family Food Center event as well. So far that's, oh, and we have Rio de Flag meeting tentatively for this Friday with the Army Corps.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Aslan.
No fair items, no too firm right now. I believe I will be on a plane next Tuesday, getting into Los Angeles. If I'm not able to chime in during roll call, I will be on the meeting as soon as I can be once I'm settled on the ground there. Just to let you know, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I don't have anything tonight, and I'll be here next week.
Vice Mayor.
Nothing tonight.
Councilmember Shimoni.
A couple quick things. I'm having a meeting with NIH leadership and Habitat this week to discuss potential habitat housing at the new NIH site. Look forward to reporting back as to how that goes, because personally I'm not satisfied with the housing plan. On Wednesday, there's an Arizona story telling presents event called Finding Home at the Coconino Center of the Arts at 7 p.m. That's an open to the public event. I hope to see some of you there. And then on, I believe it's Thursday, there is a Habitat open house event for their new starter home. Other than that, I think that is all. Good long meeting today, everybody. Thank you, and have a wonderful week.
Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Shimoni just stole mine, so I have nothing this evening.
Thank you. Well, I'll just mention quickly, we had a really great meeting on Wednesday last week with Mountain Line to go over their proposals of different projects for the future, which was really fun. Won't get into it. But I had a good time over the weekend with NASA, and amazing project they're doing with the Artemis program, which I suggest you look into. It is like, yeah, anyways. But I did provide the suggestion to them multiple times and to the media that they should call the rover for the moon the Flagstaff rover. So plant the seed as you can. Maybe we'll write a letter from council, something to that effect. It won't be named for another year or two, but I think that would be appropriate since we're the training grounds for the rover. Yeah. All right. Sounds good. Thanks for the long discussion tonight, folks. Meeting adjourned.